Good morning, everyone. We're going to call a meeting of the Carson City Board of Supervisors and the joint meeting with the Carson City Charter Review Committee to order. Today is Thursday, July 17th, 2014. It is just after 8:30 a.m. We are in the Community Center at the Sierra Room, 851 East William Street in our very own Carson City. Roll call, please, for the Board of Supervisors. Alan?
Supervisor Abowd.
Here.
Supervisor Bunkowski.
Here.
Supervisor McKenna.
Here.
Supervisor Shirk.
Here.
Mayor Kroll.
Here.
You have a quorum present, Mr. Mayor.
I don't see Jack Hutchins of the Sheriff's Office here, but the thought of the day I received this morning says that the secret of happiness is to count your blessings while others are adding up their troubles, said by William Penn. I can't remember when that was said, but a little something to think about. Let's see. Rudy, you're down there. Could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're now on item number 5 of the agenda. This is the time for public comment. As you know, we have public comment at the beginning and at the end, and frequently during the items as they come up. And I would note that we're probably one of the only jurisdictions that does that. So come on up. Come on, public comment.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Molly Bundy Terrell, and I'm a native Nevadan and a long-term resident of Carson City.
Good morning, Molly.
Good morning. And I just wanted to say I've been watching. I always watch your meetings. I watch every public meeting on either Charter or go on the internet. And I've been watching, especially regarding the marijuana issue, the medical marijuana, and whether Carson City would approve the dispensaries, production facilities in this county. I want to thank you and commend this board for your action on that. I think you spent a lot of time dialoguing and discussing the issue. And so I want to, because you were both concerned about safety issues, but also about the people who really need it. And there are people who really need it. I also attended the Partnership Carson City meeting. I thought it was absolutely excellent, and anybody who is at all concerned about that issue needs to look at that on either Charter or on the internet. The state legislature did a very thorough job regarding the growing, production, and distribution of the substance to ensure that there is very little risk for counties who opt in, so the residences of the county have access to the substance, as well as the residents are protected against any harmful effects. I know several cases where marijuana had and has made a significant difference regarding pain and others' lives who have conditions that would not be improved without this substance. I know the decision you made will positively affect many lives, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Molly. Molly, there's a question.
Molly, before you go, you're a very articulate speaker and obviously very involved, so I would encourage you to apply for any committee positions that come up. I think that you would be a great fit for Carson City.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other public comment? Anybody? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll close off public comment under item number 5. Oh, you know, the Marines can always throw something at me, man, so go. And I apologize, Nick.
Thanks, Mayor. What I'd like to do is to provide an update for the status of the Jacks Valley fire. To start with, I'd like to recognize and thank our firefighters and sheriff's deputies for the work they did throughout the night last night, not only in preventing the blaze from getting out of control, but for maintaining order and facilitating the evacuation. Where we are right now is I just got off the phone with our fire chief. The only hot spot is in the Clear Creek Canyon area itself. The steepness of the terrain has hindered the ability of hand crews to get at the blaze. We do have 2 helicopters on station that are attacking it. Stacy has relayed to me that he expects to have throughout the day a total 6 tanker aircraft on station to provide firefighting support, and he expects to be able to have a positive outcome as the day wears on. We did order a precautionary evacuation last night just after 1 a.m. Most of the families, we're not talking about many, I think it's under 30 homes total in the area. Most of the families did depart. Some have stayed in place pending the outcome of this morning's activities. They did get their belongings together. At Fuji Park, I'd like to thank city staff, both Animal Services and the Park Department. We had an animal shelter set up at Fuji Park. We did have about 6 residents take advantage of that with their animals. Here at the community center in the gym, we had a few residents take advantage of the shelter that we had set up for people, and they're still in place here. I've asked Stacy to have a public information officer on hand to provide an updated briefing to the residents who are here in the community center. He's also looking at potentially doing, again, because it's a small number of people, doing a reverse 911 to the affected folks, as well as potentially a public service announcement. So all in all, it was a bad event. Could have been much worse if it were not for the actions of our public safety personnel. And that's my update this morning.
Well, Nick, I want to commend you, and I think, Supervisor Bunkowski mentioned the articulateness of which one of the former speakers spoke. That was an excellent briefing, and I think that, it was good to get a message so that everybody knows that the board's kept up to date on these things. At 1:24 last night, we get the email message about what's going on. And so, and I know other things were happening, and I know we got the sheriff here, but I think, that speaks to your credit of getting right on top of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Did I miss anybody else here this morning? Okay, then we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda we need to do? I don't think so. So let's.
No, sir.
Okay. Let's then move to, unless there's an objection, we'll take the agenda as published. Let's move to special presentations on National Night Out, Crime, Drug, and Violence Prevention. I think I'm going to go up and can you bring your folks up and I'll read this proclamation, then I want you to say a few words if you could. So I'll take the podium up there. Maybe let me come up there.
You can do it from there if you'd like.
Do it from here. Thanks, Ken.
Throw things at me and work out really well.
You're all right, Sheriff, All right. This is a proclamation for National Night Out Crime, Drug, and Violence Prevention Month, Awareness Month, August 2014. Whereas cities across America are addressing numerous problems associated with crime, substance abuse, and violence, all of which can affect the quality of life throughout the community and brings harm to businesses, citizens, and children. And whereas Carson City Sheriff's Office continues to develop strong police-community partnerships that continue to result in the reduction of crime, and whereas Carson City Sheriff's Office recognizes that prevention of crime, substance abuse, and violence is a direct investment into citizens, particularly youth, and therefore honors and recognizes the many valuable contributions made throughout Carson City by the Western Nevada Boys and Girls Club. And whereas Carson City Sheriff's Office knows that the spirit of cooperation and awareness are essential for all citizens, whether they are joining crime and safety prevention efforts, becoming educated, or seeking help. And whereas on August 5th, 2014, the Carson City Sheriff's Office and the National Association of Town Watch are standing with communities nationwide to sponsor National Night Out, which is crime, drug, and violence prevention. And whereas the theme for the Carson City Sheriff's Office National Night Out is, quote, neighborhood outreach, and is the 12th annual celebration to give crime, drugs, and violence a going-away party. And whereas the goal of the Carson City Sheriff's Office is to invite citizens to participate in National Night Out and actively learn how to prevent crime, drugs, and violence. Now, therefore, I, Robert L. Kroll, Mayor of Carson City, on behalf of the community and our Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim August 2014 as Neighborhood Outreach, Crime, Drug, and Violence Prevention Month, and urge all citizens to actively participate in the scheduled activities and/or seek help using programs that are working towards a crime, drug, and violence-free community for our very own Carson City community, Carson City, Nevada. Dated the 17th day of July, 2014, Robert L. Kroll, Mayor. And I see we have Lisa Davis up there, kind of the face of National Night Out. Lisa, I'll give this to you. And Kenny, could you give that to her or give that to you folks there? And thank you. So who's going to take it? Lisa, you going to do it? Or is Kenny going to start, or who's going to start?
Well, obviously, for the record, Kenny Furlong, obviously Lisa gets all the credit. She is the organizer of the event. And I do want to point out that this community enjoys a quality of life that is just improving every single day. And thanks to the outreaches of our officers that are in our schools and that are working with our businesses and in our neighborhoods, we have enjoyed some great successes. I do want to chime in, if you don't mind. I have been up with the folks today. National Night Out here in Carson City is celebrated a little bit different than in most communities. We incorporate every federal, state, and local agency that we possibly can recognize, including our military and our firefighting folks. And what I saw last night, following 1:30-ish when we evacuated the upper Clear Creek area, was nothing short of a phenomenal effort by the firefighters by morning, stopping that fire at the tree line. And so that beauty that we enjoy up in Clear Creek has not been diminished whatsoever. And it was just an amazing effort by those ground crews. So not only will we be out here in Mills Park, but so will all of our firefighters, the local ones and the state ones. And so we have a lot to be thankful for this year. And I do want to thank Lisa and the undersheriff for everything that they've done to put this together for the 12th year. Thank you.
We'll give them a speech.
I didn't come prepared for a speech. Thank you, sir, for the support, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors. I just deeply appreciate the support that we get in all of our programs, whether it's the K-9 unit or my DARE programs or some of the other efforts that we make. Our National Night Out event is a culmination, the way we celebrate it anyway, is a culmination of all of our efforts that we've done throughout the year. And it is and it represents the culmination of all of those partnerships that are serving our community every day. We focus a lot on the military, the public safety and law enforcement agencies, but we also have nonprofit agencies that have safety messages and are helping to address crime. The sheriff and I were reviewing some juvenile crime stats in June, and we knew that it had dropped, but it had dropped even more. We've dropped since we've brought back some of these community programs, and from DARE to the Cops and Kids Spaghetti Dinner, the Cops and Kids Sheriff's Open House, National Night Out, and the Red Ribbon Campaign, and our Halloween safety programs, and some of the other efforts that our gang unit does, our SET team does, and so forth. These efforts combined, and we have seen a drop in our juvenile crime rate from 2003 to now by 13%. Our kids are making better choices as a result of all the efforts, and building relationships with our community makes everyone safer, myself included as an officer. And so I just want to say thank you.
We thank you. We got some comments up here, and I, I know the sheriff spoke, and I know you guys have been up probably all night, but so Supervisor McKenna. Thank you, Lisa, very much.
Thank you, sir.
Lisa, what day in August is it? And if someone wanted to, had a public safety message, a nonprofit, et cetera, wanted to join you, how would they go about doing it?
They can call my office. It's August 5th, Tuesday, August 5th. And I'm still in the process of contacting the nonprofit, smaller organizations right now. I've been out of town in training, and so I'm a little bit behind, but it'll all come together because our community is well trained by now. But they can call my office, 283-7809, or email me at my office. And what we do is we do screen agencies for appropriateness and to make sure there's a safety message. One of the things that I think is extremely important is that these events are not political events. They are events that unite the community, not polarize. And so I stress that a lot, and so I do screen. okay? And, but they're welcome to call me, and if we have a safety message and what have you, some of them have to bring their own tables because I'm usually out of tables by now, okay? But most of them are pretty willing to do that. Businesses, if they want to sponsor the event and they are an appropriate business for sponsorship, they're able to set up a booth as well. But it's very limited because this is not a business event. It is a public safety event. Does that make sense?
Are you going to have hot dogs out there?
I am going to have hot dogs. I've got 2,500 of those, sir, coming.
Mill Park, everybody be there.
Yes, we want everyone to be there. And by the way, last year we ranked 5th in the nation in our population category. We have increased in our rank on this every year. And so this year you're going to see a different layout a little bit because we've got the Boys and Girls Club that that's going to be our special feature. And we are bless you, sir. We are encouraging them, and we've actually set out a plan for hands-on activities and mini soccer game and things like that. So it should be a lot of fun. And
Very good. And, I think it's awfully important what you said about bringing a community together, and the word community means a lot. I mean, because that's what we are here, a community. And so thank you, Lisa, for that. And it's just a wonderful, fun night, wonderful, fun day to go out and celebrate, that we are a community and how we can join together to address these issues of drugs, violence, and crime. So, Steve, did you want to say anything, Under Sheriff? I didn't mean to overlook you. I mean, you're gonna.
You didn't.
No, it's fine. I
I saw you looking at me. No, just we want the public, everybody's invited at Mills Park, August 5th. Well, if you haven't been to the event, please show up. It's a big event. You'll enjoy it.
Very good. Anything else?
thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Albertson, I'll tell you, I will never forget looking at that picture of, I think you were with the train folks, when you had not white hair and you were quite a bit younger.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right. Let's now move on to the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Charter Review Committee. So I think what we do here, and Rob, you stop me if I'm wrong, we've got Rob Joyner is the chairman of the Charter Review Committee. He's going to take over here and go from there, and then we're going to have a little joint meeting. So Rob, you ready to go? And before we start, thank you, all of you, for your service.
Thank you all. Thank the committee members. I want to ask Alan first to take roll so we can convene.
Member Robertson. Here. Member Robertson. Member DePauw. Member Fragilia.
Here.
Member Matuska. Member Messina.
Here.
Member Schaefer.
Here.
Chair Joyner.
Present.
You have a quorum present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, members of the board, thank you very much for having us here today to discuss the items that we considered for 3 meetings, starting in April and culminating in June. We had some very robust discussions, and it was nice to entertain members of the community to bring their items forward and members of the committee. We have a matrix that we provided in your packet.
Go to public comment.
Oh, we have to do public comment?
Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
We're not used to that because we didn't have much public comment. Anybody in the members of the public who would like to speak regarding the Charter Committee or any items that we discussed, please come forward. Okay. We'll close public comment. Thank you for that correction. We provided you with a matrix of our discussions and actions taken. We do have a couple items on the agenda for action today. I would like to point out there was one that we did agree to come forward and discuss, yet we didn't agree on an action item to it, and that was a proposal by Supervisor Shirk to have the...
Mr. Chairman?
I knew Randy would do this. It's not on the agenda, I know.
We've got you all out of sync,
Yeah.
but there is some minutes for action, I believe.
Okay. Oh, you want to do minutes?
Yeah. I mean, it's on the agenda.
Government. Okay. Let's do the
I
minutes.
mean, you can take things out of order if you want. You're the chairman.
Okay. I just want to take one thing out of order. I just want to put this on the table before I forget. If we can have a discussion as we come to it on the matrix itself, and there is a discussion item that Supervisor Shirk wanted that we had a very robust discussion on. And let me just say one thing. We did come to an agreement on the committee that I, as chairman, asked each person that came forward to challenge them, where in the charter would this item that you're proposing be placed? Because if we couldn't find a place in the charter, it's good to have a discussion. It was another public forum. But at the end of the day, maybe it's just a rules and procedure matter or some policy that the board would entertain. And that's the one item we wanted to discuss with you. It's your discussion and discretion, not ours. And that was at the end of the day, we only had one that came forward that we could agree on for possible action. So, okay, we do have minutes of April 23rd, 2014. And if...
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Committee Member Messina.
Second.
Second by
June,
Mr.
right?
Robertson.
June is what,
We're just
I
doing
heard-
June? Okay.
June 2.
We already did our, okay, June 23rd. I'm all out of sync. June 23rd, 2014 minutes. Does your motion still stand?
Still stands.
And the second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So, again, we have the briefing report here. If there are any questions of the board before we go to the action items.
Rob, you and I both know what the charter is and that sort of thing, but I don't know that people that just watched the supervisors meetings and didn't watch the charter review meetings understand the charter, what it means to Carson City, who has the authority to change it, that sort of thing, the basics. So if you could give the people, including me, the basics of the charter, it might be helpful for those watching or watching in a week or so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McKenna. And Randy may have to help me. My understanding is, from my years in working under the charter in this community and others, it's the guiding governance document of the city. It's the founding document, tells you how your rules and procedures will be placed and you'll work under. It's not the only document, but it is the one that the state legislature looks at charter review, charter committees, communities, and there are general law communities. We're created under a charter. So that charter is approved by the state. In order for us to change anything, as we are considering here today, it requires your board to take action and forward that to the legislature. Now, in 2013, the legislature passed a law that changed one piece of that, and that is, for any charter community, if we as a committee agree on something, we bring it to you for your consideration, you do not agree with our action, we can then seek a sponsor at the legislature to do a bill draft request for us for that item. And if we're successful in doing that, we can, in a sense, go around you to the state to effect that change. That was a change that was made. Otherwise, the way we're doing it today is the more common, proper way that it's been done in Carson forever, is that we make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. You are the policy ministers, and you can modify, approve, or disapprove that item. Now, having said that, members of the community or a committee member on their own could go to the legislature and lobby against that, but that's the way the procedure is today. So the charter is our document that has your rules and procedures for the city itself, the governance document, and every 2 years we have an opportunity to seek input from the community, which is what we did in those 3 meetings, to bring to you considerations for change. Does that cover it? And maybe Randy wants to add something to that. You know, in 1969 we consolidated Orange County into Carson City. That carried forward. The setup we have as a city and county, you sit as a board of supervisors of the county, but you have a mayor, and you really are elected as basically city council members more than a county commission.
Yeah, I was shocked, I guess, when I found out years ago that Carson City was formed by the legislature, is ruled by the legislature, not the people here in Carson City, and that because we're a Dillon's Rule state, the only power we have is granted to us by the legislature. For example, if the mayor wanted to change the term of the mayor, the board, the voters of Carson City could not change that. They could only recommend that change to the legislature, and then the legislature would have to adopt that before the city could do anything about it. So people don't realize that Carson City is an entity of the legislature much more than it is an entity of local government. Randy is, let me know if I'm off base here, but the charter is pervasive. It is our basic constitution here, and we ask our citizens, and other communities do not have a charter review committee, that with a charter do not have a charter review committee. We ask our citizens to look at our charter to tell the legislature how the citizens want Carson City run.
That's right. And also, you've heard a lot of buzz in the last several sessions of the legislature about home rule. And it's because of that, Dillons. We don't have home rule carte blanche. But each session they give us, if we petition, and it's happened, the Charter Review Committee through the League of Cities or that can go forward and get a little piece of that apple bitten off and given back to the cities. And we've been successful in doing that, getting a little bit more home rule. Mostly they want to push down the ability to tax more, of course, because that puts the burden on us and they take more from us. We know that's another discussion. But yes, we need to petition them over and over for more home rule, local governance. That's correct.
And I think, you mentioned 1969 when we created the consolidated Carson City and the city and the county. Your Vice Chairman Bruce Robertson's father, who's the mayor, that was the mayor then, Mayor Robertson, who is thankfully still with us, led the community and the legislature through creation of that, the consolidation and the approval of that document. So, I think from my perspective, the consolidation of the city and county is probably one of the best things that's happened to our community over time. I mean, it's a slick way of running government. We don't have a duplication of services. We're able to do things more efficiently. Granted, we have a little different geographical setup than other communities, but in terms of governance, we don't have turf wars. We don't have all that stuff that you read about in other jurisdictions. So, my hat's off to those folks in 1969 for having the foresight to look down a road. I mean, we have founding fathers of our United States Constitution, and in a way, we have our founding fathers of our Carson City Charter as well. So pass that on to your father, okay? All right. Anything else? All right. You want to take up the next item, and we'll talk about that one, Rob?
Sure. It would be your item 11B for possible action, discuss and adopt a recommendation from the Charter Review Committee to amend the Charter, Section 1.090, to have the Charter Review Committee chairperson or their committee member designee attend the legislature with city representatives on any changes to the Charter. And this began with a discussion we had with Assemblyman Skip Daly from Washoe County. And in a discussion, it came out that, it's common in many jurisdictions for a member or the chairperson of the committee to go with other staff or mayor, manager to the legislature just to answer questions and be part of that discussion on the items that go forward from the committee through the board to the legislature. So we did have agreement on that we would bring that to you for discussion. This is to amend the charter. And there is a place we found that we could put it in the charter, as I mentioned here, 1.090. There could be other alternatives to that. Let me just leave it at that.
Did you discuss doing this either as maybe a policy procedure or a resolution of the board, of the board? You discussed that as well?
Yes.
Is that satisfactory as well?
I'd have to ask today the committee members, because that's, since we came in discussion that you and I had, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a great way to start this out and see how it works and let it be on it. Maybe that's all we need. And I'll tell you, since our discussion in checking the charter of Sparks, it is a policy of theirs. It's not in their charter. So.
Okay. There's some questions up in here, and if there are questions, go. John, then Brad.
I think it's a good idea to have citizens along with the representative of the city. My question is more of a practical nature, and there's two of them there. First off, if the representative of the city, and that changes depending upon what the particular item of discussion is, if we send two people to the legislature and they don't agree, and the legislature gets both sides of opinion, I don't know if it's bad or not, but I don't know how the legislature is going to parse out what's best for Carson City, and I don't like the legislature deciding what's best for Carson City. The second part of it is when the legislature starts hearing, especially as it gets closer to the end of the session, these meetings get moved around. I have been scheduled to testify at 9 a.m. and get a message that I have to testify at 3 p.m. the day before. And you have to have a very loose schedule. So whoever the representative is would have to be in tune with that so that we could have two people there, because I would not want to get in a situation where one representative could not make it, and so no representative shows up.
Rob, could you walk me through the rationale of why we would want to make this mandatory rather than discretionary for the reasons that John just mentioned, as well as others, including the fact that many members of the Charter Review Committee may change in the next 4 months?
Well, that's a good point, Supervisor. And that's why it says chairperson or designee. If the chairperson isn't any longer on the committee, obviously someone else. But I think it could be just courtesy and not mandatory, and a policy that you, as Supervisor McKenna pointed out, maybe that nobody's available. You certainly can't not go to the legislature when you're commanded to be there and talk about a charter issue. So I think it could be more informal, if you will, to start. I'm just let you know that there are communities who send their designee from the committee, and maybe their legislative representative, their lobbyist, if you will, and no management or staff. And they are the ones that present it and answer the questions. So I've seen all different models. This is just another model, and it's just a step, a baby step for us to, I think, have that table chair next to you at the committee before the legislature, so we can discuss, because there are questions we could answer as we have these discussions that you weren't privy to. And it's just to help clarify and help move government along, that's all. I mean, adversarial, it should not be adversarial. If there's an action that we take, our duty is to present that side of it, even if we personally disagree with it.
The current method, though, is it that if staff would like a member of the Charter Review Committee there at the legislature to answer questions, then they would reach out to the chairman, to you, and ask who can be there to answer questions? That's the current method.
Current method is, my understanding is, we're not requested to be there at all. So this would be the first step toward being requested and asked to be there. Yeah. It's just been overlooked, right. Now, last session's a good example. There were some of us from the committee there on our own behalf, speaking as citizens, making it very clear we're not speaking for the committee. That has happened, and it can happen. It's in the statute that we can do that. But I think a better way to do it is go together and present a solid front, if you will.
I do like this idea of having someone from the charter there present when the session is going on. My main concern is, are you going to go on the direction of the board to the session on items that we actually would like you to attend, or do you pick the items that you would like to attend? And will we, as a board member, get feedback from the representative who went there? Because the last session, in my opinion, we had no feedback hardly at all. And we had no idea, again, of what was going on in the sessions, of what directly affects Carson City. The feedback to me is the most important. So if you could elaborate on that, I would appreciate it, Mr. Joyner.
Thank you, Supervisor Shirk. This item we're talking about is just on Charter Review Committee issues, just on the charter issue. You have a legislative representative that represents you on all your items at the legislature, and I would think it would be their duty to report back. On this particular item, if you wanted feedback, I would commit to you, I would certainly give that to you. I have no problem with that.
But could we elaborate this? Could we expand your or the representative from the charter attending the sessions? Could we expand that to attend other agenda items that are presented at the session, or is it only, we can only zero in on charter? Can we expand it?
I'll give you my hourly rate, and you can have me there anytime you'd like. No, I mean, you pay someone to do that, sir. I'm not going to get into that weeds of that. That's your business. On charter issues, let me just say this, not to be flip. I'm very interested in charter. That's just, you know, I live and breathe governance stuff. I pay attention to that. There was a discussion item during our committee sessions that we be advised of every issue that went to the legislature affecting the charter. Now, I have to agree with the feedback we got from staff. That's almost impossible because they may or may not look like they affect charter, and they may have started in one germ and read into something else. So, and same thing at the local level. There was a discussion item that everything that comes to you that affects the charter, that we all be advised so we can be here. Well, the way we got around that is, to see in the discussion, we get the agendas. Everybody here gets the agenda either electronically or in the mail, and we can read that for ourselves and make our own decision, like these folks, to be here and pay attention to government, which I think is very important for anybody. But no, I think that would be very hard to do, sir, to track everything and come back and give you feedback on anything affecting the charter. But when it comes up for our charter item at the legislature, absolutely, I can give you feedback on that. If I was the one there, absolutely.
Hi, Rob. I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and I concur with John's comments 100%. And I would just, I appreciate your comment that this is not intended to be adversarial, and emphasize that I would want it to strengthen our position before the legislature. I think that's vital. So thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Thank you.
I think, I think, Rob, that, collectively, maybe we should maybe see if we can try a motion that says that, the Board of Supervisors will entertain a policy resolution, or the construction of a policy resolution, or just have a vote that says that we will, when matters relating to the charter of Carson City are known to us, that we will ask a member of the charter review, ask the chairman or a chairman's designee of the charter review committee, let them know that that's going on and invite them to attend. Is that all right?
Yes, sir. Is there any discussion by the committee on that? Changing that?
Randy's got it. You probably
okay.
Go, Randy. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I think the genesis of this requested charter change really kind of drives out of your policies on boards and commissions that essentially says people can't go lobby the legislature in the name of their committee without authorization from you guys. It seems to me you could just amend that with respect to the Charter Review Committee, that they would have the authority to appoint someone at the end of their session, that if any item came up with regard to the charter, that representative is authorized by this board to appear and speak on behalf of the committee. I don't know if it's necessary to take this item, this is my personal opinion as an attorney, take an item like this to the legislature to change a charter, because once you open the charter up to the legislature, then anybody can come in with an amendment and change the way you do business, because it is your constitution.
I agree, and that's kind of the thought I had, and you maybe have a better way of going about it. We have the Boards and Commissions policy manual, just tweak that one to affect what we're doing, well, with the concept, because I know that Rob and I have had discussions about, doing a charter change or policy or whatever, and I think that the intent here is to bolster the ability of the community to either support charter amendments that we agree upon here, or to oppose charter amendments that are being forced upon us by some outside source. And I think you're absolutely right that we need to be careful about when you make a charter, when you put a bill up, and that happened this last session, when you put a bill up there to make a small change to the charter, the next thing is that bill becomes it is not it's not the property of Carson City. It becomes the province and property of the legislature. And indeed, even the member who brought the original bill, once that bill's on the floor, it no longer is the property or province of that individual member. It is the property and province of the legislature as a body. And that's how things can really get out of hand. Because no matter what you say, a member who introduced the bill may say, that's not what I wanted, but okay, they can say that, but they have no authority unilaterally to make a change to say, hey, don't go there. So that's why it's important to be very careful about what you throw in the air or put a ball in the air there, because you never know where that's going to hit. And in one sense, it helps to have more boots on the ground when that type of thing happens, so that you can, protect that from happening. I mean, every lobbyist, I think, knows that you want to be careful of what happens there. So I waxed too long. Who got the lights on? John, you still have yours?
Mr. Mayor, I can make a motion I think that we can live with, but I'd like to know if there's any public comment first.
Well, I think, Rob, I don't know if you guys do public comment during each item or not, but we'll do that.
Mr. Mayor, this is your item.
This is my item?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, my item then. We'll take public comment because we do it. All right. We're on then. All right. Public comment on this item? Anybody? I don't see any. All right, then we'll entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a recommendation for the city management to have the Charter Review Committee chairperson or their committee member designate attend, as applicable, the legislature with the city representative on any changes to the city charter.
Wait, go, Randy.
This agenda item is a recommendation to amend the charter.
Yeah,
You're
don't want to do that.
recommending an item, just a blanket authorization?
No, I think, let me try this, John, and see, I mean, because it's kind of all over here. Let's see if we can entertain a motion to amend our boards and commissions policy to permit the Charter Review Committee chairman or chairman's designee to speak on behalf of the Charter Review Committee with respect to charter changes that are presented, either charter changes requested from the local committee or charter changes being presented otherwise at the legislature. The language has to be fixed, but I think it's an amendment to our boards and commissions policy that would affect that. Okay?
Second.
I guess I can make the motion and second it. Okay. And Randy, on this joint motion here, this is ours, so go ahead.
I would prefer to see this be at the invitation. So the change to authorize would be at the invitation of the city manager, city staff, so that we're not obligating the members of the Charter Review Committee to show up for every item that goes to the legislature. I think that staff or our lobbyist is going to know the issues that we need to have somebody there to speak to. I don't know that we need to require somebody to be at every item.
I think that's implicit. Well, I think the word should be said that each time there's a charter issue, that the chair or the chair's designee will be invited to attend.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, obviously, we would have to bring back an action item to amend your
Correct.
policies and procedures that comply with the open meeting law.
That's what we're
But this
doing.
essentially is your intent that we would come back with that item.
So the motion is to bring back an agenda item that would amend the boards and commissions policy to provide for the invitation of the chair or the chair of the Charter Review Committee or the chair's designee to attend matters affecting the Carson City Charter during the legislative session or else time. And I think we'd have to look at that language when it comes up. I mean, but John.
Charter Review Commission, can you live with that?
Welcome to the, I see consensus here.
I can live with that.
I think everybody's shaking their head, so I think so. Thank
Right.
you.
So we need a second on that.
You need a second on that.
Do you want to re-second your second?
I'll re-second it.
All right.
Is that a third?
Everybody clear on the motion? This is a board vote. Everybody clear?
Yep.
All right. On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. I think, unless I miss what's happening here, I think, Rob, that items 11C and D now we don't need to take those up.
Well,
Okay, so,
I would agree, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
Go.
Mr. Mayor, the reason we put in C was that if you agreed that they could have a representative, that you would take action to authorize one for this session.
correct.
So if we don't get your policies amended by the time the session's in place, they've got a person that's designated and authorized.
I think we'd do that through the motion we just made before, so we can deal with it all at one time. Okay? Problem? Yeah, go.
Who would you have designated had this gone to discussion?
If it went forward today, and if I was available, I would designate myself. If not, I would start with Mr. Robertson as vice chairman and go down from there.
The motion that I made that was passed unanimously was to invite the chair or the chair's designee. So that's whoever that is. And it's an invite to those folks. So, all right. So unless there's an objection, we will not take up, we'll table items 11C and 11D.
And Mr. Mayor, 11D is the Charter Review Committee's item.
Okay.
It's their choice to table it.
Well,
Okay.
you know, I'm just trying to get power. You know, it's good to be king, I guess. I'm sorry, Rob. Here, we're collegial in this, so Rob.
Okay, based on the discussion at hand, I'd entertain a motion from the committee to amend our request to table this in light of this policy change that's being proposed by the board.
I would so move.
Okay.
Second.
Second by
I'll
Mr.
second
Schaefer. Okay, we have 2 seconds. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Do we need public comment on this item?
Rob, as long as you're on public comment, could I ask a public question? And maybe it's of Randy. We have a ballot initiative going forward this year to change how people are voted for supervisor in the primary. Is that correct?
Right, an advisory question, yes.
Okay. That's an advisory question. If it doesn't pass, then, or if it does pass, then it comes back to your committee, or what happens?
No, that's your item. I believe it's the city. That would come back to you. Is that right, Mr. Munn? Right.
Well, and I think that if I read the bill draft request correctly, there is already a bill draft request to push down another form of voting on us other than what's on our ballot. So, the process, I would expect that unless something changed, that, when we implemented this issue of inviting the members of the Charter Review Committee, that when this issue, if it comes up on ward voting, to change again what we're doing on ward voting is contrary to what we voted on as a community in November, that we would go hand in hand to object to that.
Mr. Mayor, based on the discussion we had on that very item and the committee that we have today, I would say that's absolutely correct.
Thank you. All right.
Just for my clarification, is what you're saying is that some entity or person outside of Carson City is working to reject what the voters here say and force us into a different way of doing things?
Yeah. Take a look at the bill draft request.
Add to that, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McKenna, it's come up several sessions in a row by leadership from the southern Nevada area, and they've put that in place in communities of their own volition, and they've seen that they feel it works, ward voting in general and primary. So there is a very concerted effort by leadership of the Assembly, especially, to push that through. It went through both houses last session, and almost unanimously, the governor vetoed it for the second session in a row. So it's, as you can see, a very popular item, if you will, with the legislature that we have today, although with turnover, that changes every session now. But yeah, it is coming back, as the mayor says. It's a hot item. And it doesn't have anything to do with our voters. They want to standardize it statewide, make every charter committee comport themselves the same. So.
I appreciate those comments. I would think, though, that if they were successful in getting a hearing on that and it looks like it was going to pass, that we could at the very least propose an amendment for a population exclusion. So I'd like to throw that on the table too, so we might still have an avenue, because I'm not convinced that ward voting works in small municipalities where you can have very small minorities direct an election. I think that it may work in larger metropolitan areas, so I think that's something that we'd have to look at.
Well, I agree with you, and I think Robin will agree with me that, and it's a great idea to do that. We should always use every tool that we have. That was turned down this last time. I mean, you tried to get it, why are you doing that here, didn't help. But that does not preclude bringing that back again. So, Rob, did I misspeak?
No, that's exactly right. And it's good thoughts, and that's the way things get done. As you know, the thing about Clark County, counties under a certain population, over a certain population, those things can work for a lot. But this one was rejected, you're right. Maybe we could make it for the largest capital city in Nevada or something. Just exclude us out on some.
Creative.
Just got to be real creative, Mr. McCaskey. I think you're thinking right, though.
That's very astute, Rob, and I don't want to go too far afield in public comment, but my sense is that the people of Carson City feel they are best served by governing themselves. I think they actually believe they govern themselves, but it always causes a sense of outrage when it is not the people of Carson City that govern Carson City, but it's other powers that be elsewhere that don't live here and don't know what's going on that try to govern us.
Okay, other public comment? We're on public comment. Anybody want to weigh in on the arcane issue of lawmaking? All right. I don't see any. Are we ready to adjourn, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Board, anything else we've got to take up?
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're adjourned.
All right. Thank you again, and thanks to all you committee members for spending the time and effort to go through the charter stuff. And thanks again. Thank you, Rob, very much. All right. We'll be in recess for about 5 minutes here, then we'll come back. So let's be in recess about 9:30. now open a hearing on a public hearing on the city investment policy and review and possible action to accept the policy as presented. Al, do you want to, as part of the public hearing, do you want to present what's going on here? Then we'll see if there's any comments about it.
Well, the charter review, or the Carson City Charter, one of the requirements the treasurer has is to submit to the Board of Supervisors what the investment policy is every year. And therefore, I have presented to you the investment policy of Carson City. This policy hasn't changed in the last year. This policy essentially reflects what state law is as to what Carson City can buy and hold for securities for the investment portfolio. There are a couple of areas where I'm a little more restrictive in what state law allows, but essentially this is state law. This policy is submitted to our money managers, and we have two. We use Atlanta Capital and a company called Stable River, both in Atlanta, Georgia. And they are required to consider this policy whenever they buy anything for Carson City. Additionally, the criteria, the specifications of this are geared into our custodial account with Bank of New York Mellon, such that if I was to buy cocoa futures, it would trigger something to say, no, you can't do that, and it'd fall down, and then we wouldn't be able to do it. So in a sense, this is another way besides, obviously, state law, but this puts in words what I will do for Carson City in investments, and these money managers and Bank of New York have to abide by that. So it's a way of putting another layer of enforcement to make sure we don't do something that's contrary to state statutes. That regardless of how well cocoa futures are doing, I can't do anything with cocoa futures. So I'm available for any questions.
I think, yeah, this is a hearing, public hearing time. So anybody public members want to weigh in, comment on the investment policy? I don't see any board members. Okay. Anything? You can talk now, or we can do it. Go.
Al, you and I had an email exchange yesterday. I'm one of those people that doesn't have a real life and actually enjoys reading monetary policy. And so under Section 7, can you just explain to those people that might be watching how we safeguard our investments in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, since those have been issues in the past?
We're allowed by state statute to buy Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, if I said that wrong. No, I'm not sure. They are guaranteed by the United States government. Not the same as Ginnie Mae and some of the others, or a Treasury bill, but they still have a level of protection that makes their quality virtually better than anything out there except Ginnie Mae and Treasuries. And therefore, if the interest rate and the terms of the paper it makes sense, then we'll buy that paper. In my mind, I know there's been some political stands at different levels, including state of Nevada at one time, that they didn't buy those. And my position has always been, my fiduciary responsibility is to get as good a return for Carson City as I can within the guidelines that we have that are given to us with the state statutes. And it would be wrong for me to take a political stand saying we shouldn't be in Fannie Mae's because it should be a corporation that's not part of the United States government, and they shouldn't be insured by the United States government. Those may be real issues, but to say I'm not going to buy them makes it kind of a political decision on my part. And so I look at them as they are securities, and if the rates on them are fine, our portfolio is diversified into different areas. Some of it's asset-backed, some of it's mortgage-backed, and some of it is government-backed. And these are the government-backed ones that we have, and they're part of that portfolio. So I'm not sure I answered your question or not, but I look at it as I can't let these political items, it's not like we can buy South African equity or anything like that. But as far as if issues come up to say, well, some people don't buy those because I can't let those types of decisions be part of it unless the reason is because they're likely not to be paid off when they mature. If there's a quality issue, obviously that makes sense. But for other issues like that, I just don't feel like, I think I would be not doing my job if I let those be a factor.
Thank you. And then under Section 9, collateralization, can you walk us through repurchase agreements and the collateral agreements that go with those, and also the mark-to-market policy to protect the assets?
Okay. Repurchase agreements are a way of taking basically overnight funds and investing them and getting something for them higher than what you'd get with your bank account, typically. We do not, at this time, have any repurchase agreements. However, we participate in the local government investment pool, which does do repurchase agreements virtually every day. So a repurchase agreement then is where you have two parties, one with money and one with securities, and the one with money, that would be Carson as an investor, would buy, and it is a buy, it is a purchase, you would buy securities with the understanding that at the end of that time period, which can either be 1 day or it could be a year, but usually it's less than a year, they would buy those back. And you negotiate what they're going to buy them back at, and typically the interest is the difference between what you agreed to buy it back and what you actually get. In other words, if it's 3% and it was a year and you paid $1 million for it, at the end of the year you'd get $1,030,000 or $1,003,000. $1,030,000 for 3%, $1,030,000, and thus you wouldn't pay $1 million for it. You'd actually pay $970,000, and your interest would be the difference between there. And so you'd pay the amount less the interest, and at the end of the period you'd get the amount plus the interest. Now, when this happens, you're going to get those securities, and you're holding those securities, basically. The contract identifies those securities. Sometimes there's a substitution clause in there, but the securities are identified as to what you would get if that counterparty defaults. And the trick is are those securities worth as much as what you've put forward? And so to ensure that they are, state law requires that there's 102% of what you're in securities for what you put forward, and that includes the interest. So at the end of that period of time, you should be able to collect, and there should be 102% there, which means you won't need it all and you'll give some back. But the market goes up and down, and if interest rates go up, securities are worth less. And so you have to have a way to say, well, is that 102% there today? Is it there next week? Is it there the next week? And so there's a mark-to-market every week to ensure that you actually have securities out there that are worth what you've invested. And that means that if interest rates do go up and securities are worth less, then that counterparty, the one that put the securities up, is going to have to put more securities up in that bucket that you have a claim to if they default. That addressed most of the issues there, didn't it? The 102% and
yes,
the mark-to-market?
Mm-hmm. And then my last question was under Section 11, maturities, which is our minimum liquidity requirement, which currently is 28 days. And I just wanted to get some feedback from you on whether you felt that was adequate, either too short or too long or just right.
There's really two issues here. Part of it is, what does Carson City do with its funds to make sure that we have assets available for payroll and for accounts payable and for bond payments? And it's when you look at 28 days, it's not just we're looking at the next 4 weeks and say take the year and divide it by 12 and that's how much money you have. No, because there's really two periods of the year when we have really big bond payments, and that is November and May. And so if you're looking at April, 28 days worth of liquidity is a lot more money than if you're looking at January. So it varies a little bit. And that's something that Finance Director Nick Providente and I work with. We pay a lot of attention to that, especially in the last 4 or 5 years when things were much tighter. Right now, we probably have significantly more than 28 days in liquid form, and that's because we count both the bank account and the local government investment pool as being very liquid, and in fact, the portfolios that we have, which is about $23 million in portfolio management from Atlantic Capital and Stable River. Each month they get a significant amount of money in interest payments into them, which is reinvested. But a phone call to them would say, don't reinvest that, we're going to need that money. So the liquidity comes from three different places. The interest is received each month, the LGIP, which we have about $7 million in right now, and the bank account, which right now we're running about $6 million. As a side, just for a moment, you might say, why do we have so much in the bank account? Typically, bank accounts don't pay very much, but right now the LGIP doesn't pay very much either. And we can leverage the bank account money. We do get what we call compensating balance. They pay part of our bank bill based on what we have in the bank account, and the credit we're getting for compensating balance is more than we're earning in the local government investment pool, so it makes sense to do it there. And the double effect to that is when we do it that way, we're paying a general fund expense with money that otherwise would have been split to all of the funds that share in the city's portfolio. So it's kind of a double benefit in a sense. So the question is 28 days enough? 28 days is, if you think of how much money we spend, is anywhere between $3 million and $6 million. And sometimes I look at that and say, why am I keeping this much money available? In years past, we used to not keep the compensating balance, and our bank bill, what we had on deposit, would be less than $1 million. And that meant I had to have at least $4 or $5 million in the LGIP at any given time when I knew there were better places to put money for returns. So sometimes I'd feel like the 28 days was too much. The last 5 years, I've seen where I was glad I had that much, and I've wished I had more, in a sense, just because I wished we had more in the portfolio. Our portfolio, managed portfolio, is $23 million. We have about $36 million right now in total funds for the city. And I'm going to say 10 years ago, we were over $100 million. So things change, and the way you look at things has to change a little bit. Understand that when we had over $100 million, the amount of money we needed to run the city for 28 days was roughly the same as what we're doing now for 28 days. So the 28 days amount was a lot less proportion of the total portfolio then than it is now. It's a higher proportion. So again, if it's a May or November, it's a bigger number than it is in January or July or August. And how much you have in a portfolio totally is that 28 days becomes a different percentage. So again, I have to answer your question it depends. Sometimes that 28 days is very good, and sometimes like right now, we have more than that in there. And right now, it's a little high because I withdrew from one of our money managers and canceled him, and I'll probably be sending that money to one of the money managers, and we'll have a little bit more with money managers in probably next month than we do right now. So I'm going to go back to the answer. It depends.
Thank you, Al. I just think it's important that the citizens know how much time and effort we spend protecting our cash reserves.
Thank you.
Mr. Kramer, if I understood you correctly, there's roughly $23 million in this investment portfolio. Is that correct, roughly?
No, there's 23 million with money managers, and we have another 7 million with the local government investment pool and about 6 million with our bank. So that's about 36 million total. You have to consider the 36 million as our total portfolio.
Does that represent a certain percentage of our annual budget per se?
No, it does not. There's really no relationship to that. What it turns out to be is if we're saving money for a new gym or something like that, and that builds up. If RTC is saving money for a project, that builds up. If we're building a new building and we've got a reserve set aside for that, that'll build up. So there are funds. We're a fund accounting system, and those funds are kind of each one protected among itself, as opposed to just a general fund. I think there's like 36 funds in total. correct me if I'm wrong, is Nick here? How many we got? 76? 50, something like. There's a lot of different funds. Some of them have just a little bit of money in them. Some of them have millions of dollars. The school fund, debt fund, has a lot of money in it. And we manage all of those for the best return we can. And so it really there's no real relationship to how much money the city earns. And in fact, if we decided to build everything out we were going to build and buy all the cop cars we wanted to buy, and that could actually go down very low. It could be, $5 million, and we'd still be, what's our reserve? $6 million for the 8% of the reserve we have to have for GFOA standards?
You're talking about for the general fund?
Yeah.
Well, it's 5%.
It's $5 million? So whatever. The point is there are some limitations that say we have to have at least that much. But all the rest of them are just ebb and flows of what the funds have in them and what they spend, and what we bond for. Bond proceeds go into this until it's spent for whatever we bonded it for.
Thank you. Any idea what rate of return we get?
Oh boy, compared to other years, it's not very good. We've enjoyed a rate of return that compares favorably with most entities in the state of Nevada for the past 15 years. But right now, I'm going to have to say it's barely over 1%.
Okay, so it's right at 1%. Yeah. It's probably better than the average citizen can do at the bank. So
it is better than the average citizen can do at the bank.
And that leads to a couple of philosophical questions. We have money. We're not getting any return on it. We have needs. Why shouldn't we spend everything that we have? And reason I ask is I've got a book that I sometimes gives to clients. It's called Buy Low, Sell High, Collect Early, and Pay Late. And having money sitting around that's not giving you a return makes you feel comfortable. But could we save money by doing other things, such as buying police cars? Why do we have money in the bank?
Well, again...
And why do we have so much or so little?
Okay. To give you one example, 43 cents of the $3.54 property taxes that Carson City has, 43 cents of that goes to the school district for debt. And that money basically is collected by Carson City, and then we pay when the school debt comes due, we pay it. But before it's paid, and there's always a running balance in that of $2 or $3 million, we don't have the ability to spend that. That is earmarked specifically for school debt. So, I mean, that's a cut and dry one. There are other funds, the redevelopment fund, the RTC fund. The boards of those entities could say, yeah, let's spend it all. And by the way, the other side of the coin you're talking about is that interest rates are as low now as they've ever been, and maybe it's a time to borrow money, put that with it, and do these events, because later on, money's going to cost more, and the opportunity to earn money on it's going to be better. So you're right. There's another side to that factor. Why should we be holding on to cash when you could buy something with it that's going to cost you more money later? I'm kind of the other way. I really hate to go in debt. So I'd rather have money not earning much if I could say when I go to buy something I'm going to pay cash with it, or cash for it. So there's two sides.
I appreciate your attitude. What happens if something bad happens in Europe, like Russia invades Ukraine or Iraq suddenly becomes a war zone, and international economy or Europe goes broke, which could happen? How long does it take for you to get our money into a different place that's safer, or is it always safe?
That's a real good question. About once or twice a year, I ask our money managers to do a shock on the portfolio. What happens if this happens? What is going to happen to interest rates? What's going to happen to our portfolio if these things happen? We go through that routine. And it's always interesting the way it comes out. And whenever it does, we get a shock like that through the exercise. I'm always real glad about the number of treasuries and Fannie Mae and Freddie Macs and and Ginnie Mae's that we hold, because those go skyrocket in value when some of the others go way down. And it balances where you end up being in pretty good shape. The LGIP we have is almost all short-term money, and with the collateral that they have in the mark-to-market is very secure, and our bank account's secure, and we've only got a few things out there that you might call more risky than others. So the question is when those things, when the stuff hits the fan and those things become worth less, do you really want to go out and sell them and to move something else? And some of you may. And other things you might say, well, the ratings haven't changed, or at least they haven't changed yet. Maybe you sit and wait it out for a while and see what happens. But to answer the question, I hope this is what you're asking, but I'll give that interpretation. We do a shock test on it to just see, all right, am I in the right place if something bad happens? What shape are we going to be in afterwards? How much, if these go up and these go down, are we still relatively the same position? I try and do that at least once a year.
Thanks, Al. I know you're on top of it, and I trust your judgment.
Thank you.
Al, you may have answered this in your prior dialogue. Does state law allow for arbitraging?
Well, let's define arbitrage from one first. Arbitrage is when you buy in one market and sell in another. And when we talk about arbitrage in government, usually what we're saying is we borrow money tax-free and we invest it in the market as basically taxable, and then we don't pay taxes on it, and therefore the difference in interest becomes ours. And Johnson Associates has a representative here that I'm sure can tell you the state law on arbitrage better than I. But basically the way it works out is if you borrow money tax-free, where the investors receive interest, where they don't have to pay income taxes on it, that money has to be used on a project within a particular period of time. You have to pay it out fairly fast. And if you do pay it out fairly fast, then even if you earned more money, earned more interest on the money sitting in the bank before you spent it than the interest that was paid on the bonds, you don't have to pay any penalty for arbitrage. But if you let the money sit in the bank so you can earn interest on it, then there'll be an arbitrage payment due to the federal government because you got the money and didn't in one market and invested in another market, and we're trying to keep the difference. Now, I've always felt like I don't care whether the bond proceeds are, arbitraged or not. We should try and earn as much a return as we can and let the accountants figure out how much we owe the government.
Okay.
Did I answer the question?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Okay. Other comments? We're getting ready to close the public hearing on this. Anybody? All right, we're going to close the public hearing on this. The chair.
I move to accept the policy as presented.
Second.
There's a motion by Supervisor Binkowski, second by Supervisor Abad on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you very much, Al. Let's take up 14B, partial removal of taxes and penalties for parcel 004-141-05, Palo Verde Drive.
This is, I have to say, is a piece of paper that got dropped behind the cabinet, so to speak. This is property on Palo Verde that's it's a vacant lot. The city used to have a gateway between Palo Verde and Mills Park, basically for people to walk through. And it was thought this company, this nonprofit, was going to say Sierra Nevada Community Land Trust wanted to build a house on there. And so we basically made that property available to them, basically, I think for free, with the understanding that they do low-income housing for it. They held the property a couple of years, and this housing crisis came about, and there just wasn't any way they could do low-income housing on that property, and they quit-claimed the property back to us. And at that time, I should have come to the board and said, we need to make sure that the deed is accepted by the city, and therefore there's no taxes going forward into the future. And when they turned the property over to us, they hadn't paid the taxes on it during the time they had it, and they were asking for relief of that taxes during the time they owned it. And now they've claimed it back to us, and there really isn't a whole lot we can do to go after them and say, pay it. So I'm here saying, let's remove the $600 in taxes for the time that they had it and accept the property to be Carson City's and thus remove the taxes from that time until now. And this issue probably should have been handled last year this time, or last year, 11 months ago, rather than now, and I apologize for that.
Okay, public comment? Anybody want to weigh in on this? Board members? Motions in order, Supervisor Abad.
I move to approve the partial removal of $610.19 of the taxes for parcel number 004-141-05, located at Palo Verde Drive, from fiscal year 2013-2014 real property tax roll per NRS 361.060.
Motion by Supervisor Abad, second by Supervisor McKenna on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Al, very much. Okay, let's move to item 15. This is potential approval of amendment number 2 of a lease agreement for an easement described in recorded document 417657, located at Assessor's parcel number 007-091-81. That's south of Timberline Drive. Good morning. How we doing?
Good morning. Tom Grundy with Carson City Public Works.
How you doing, Tom?
This lease easement is necessary to allow the VC Canyon Recharge Project to exist. And what the VC Canyon Recharge Project does is it takes water released from Hobart Reservoir and it runs down into the VC Canyon and gets impounded in a series of check dams west of the community college. And then that water then infiltrates into the ground, recharges the aquifer. And we get a credit from the state engineer's office for the water that we release from Hobart that goes into the aquifer. It's almost one-to-one. They take a little bit off for evaporation, but and then that's in our water bank. And so if we ever use up all the pumping rights in the Eagle Valley Basin in a given year, we can withdraw water from that bank. We haven't yet, but who knows what the future will bring. So that's what the VC Canyon project does. And what this lease amendment does is currently the lease expires, and then 2 years later, they review the lease, or the state currently has the option to review the lease. And what this lease amendment does is it extends the lease for 2 years with no fee increase so that the lease expires at the same time that the fee review comes into place. And it just makes sense to do that, in my opinion, because that way we're dealing with things, once every 5 years instead of really twice every 5 years. And so that's what this lease amendment does. Does anybody have any questions?
Supervisor Abad.
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
The question I have, the funding source isn't indicated. What is the funding source for this lease agreement?
I don't know. It's
probably the stormwater drainage fund. I suspect it's coming out of there. So
I just want to clarify that.
But
Thank you.
I can double check and I'll send the board an email with that information. Sure.
Hi, Tom. You and I talked about this, I believe, yesterday or the day before.
Yep.
In this contract, the state is changing the language from the option to review the rental rate every 5 years to they must evaluate the rental rate every 5 years. I don't have any objections or think that we need to change it in this particular contract because it's only $2,500 per year, but it is something that I think that we as a city need to be aware of going forward. If this was a significant lease amount that the city was paying, we would want to be careful in agreeing to that type of a language change where you're requiring a minimum maximum review period, where right now they have the option to review it in 5 years, but if they choose to not review it for 10 years or 15 years or even 20 years, and I've seen, especially with NDOT, do that, there's a benefit to us as a city in continuing that lower lease rate. So just wanted to put that out there just so that we're all aware of it. When this comes up in a larger lease, I think that we need to try to address that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anybody public want to weigh in on this issue? Anybody? Motion's in order. Supervisor Pankowski.
I move to approve the amendment of a lease agreement for an easement described in recorded document number 417657, located on Assessor's parcel number 007-091-81, south of Timberline Drive.
Motion by Supervisor Pankowski, second by Supervisor Aboud. On the motion, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thanks, Tom, very much. Okay, let's take up item number 16. There's a couple disclosures. I have a disclosure on this one. I'm going to be I have handed the clerk a letter. My law firm does some work for Miles Construction, and since item 16 that we're going to take up indirectly deals with Miles Construction, I want to disclose that neither my firm's client nor I will obtain any direct financial benefit from either a yes or no vote on this item. However, I unavoidably have a commitment in a private capacity to my firm's clients because this item involves the broader issues of the 1/8 cent sales tax, and the vote will not change Miles Construction's existing contract with the city for the construction of the MAC. My independent judgment will not be materially affected. Therefore, I will participate, advocate, and vote on item number 16, and I will make a similar disclosure under item 18 when it comes. Okay.
And I have the exact same disclosure verbatim.
And you delivered your letter?
I did.
Okay. All right. All right. With that in mind, let's now take up, who's doing this? Lee, are you going to do this? Mr. Plemmel? Okay. Go.
Good morning. For the record, Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. I'll be kicking off this presentation on this particular item, and we have a series of items coming up in a row here that are related to projects that collectively we're trying to come up with a name for, but collectively the projects under the plan of expenditure under the 1/8 sales tax. So the first item on the agenda is a presentation and for the board to accept an updated tentative schedule and budgets to plan, design, and construct the projects in the plan of expenditure, which are all up there with the commercial corridors being split up among many, but we have the multi-use athletic center, or as we'll refer to it, the MAC, the animal services facility, the downtown streetscape project, commercial corridors, and community center improvements. For this presentation on this item, I have engineering manager Danny Rotter here that's going to help me with this presentation and go over it. Of course, Nick can help with all the budget questions. We're going to go through in a little bit of detail the schedules on the first three items that are the higher priority projects as identified by the Board of Supervisors at your meeting on May 15th when we first presented a tentative schedule. So the schedule has been revised a bit to reflect that, and as some later items show, that we've modified how the financing will work to be able to move some of those projects, those first couple projects, along faster. And then at the end, after we go into detail on those first three, then I'll want to make a few comments about the overall budget, just so you know. And I think as we go through each of these projects, I think the best way, as for example, first one, Danny's going to go over the MAC schedule, and if we have questions regarding that schedule in particular, we'll stop there and take questions along the way. But we do plan on going through those first three projects in detail, plus some budget discussion. So just keep that in mind as the questions come up. I think with that, we'll go right into it and start with the MAC with Danny.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, board members. So this is the MAC, and this is the 60% design, the four-court MAC, if you will, with 4 high school size courts going from left to right there, with 2 college size courts overlaid on the lower left, the first floor there. The upper right is the second floor with the running track around. This is the design we're moving forward with, and so we wanted to put that up there for everybody's knowledge when we talk about the MAC and the Big Mac and the Super Mac and whatever Big Mac we're talking about, but this is the MAC that we're moving forward with. So this is an overview of the schedule. You can see that at the top we've got all the way through move-in date in June, July of 2016. So you can see starting in design with the contracts that are later on the agenda, design through October, developing the construction contract November through January of 15, awarding the contract into March, starting the construction procurement process in March, and then beginning construction in May of 2016, all the way through the planned move-in in June, July of 2016. If you bump down to the next little expansion there, this is the 6-month snapshot. So what we're trying to do with these three main ones is give an overview of the next 6 months of when there might be involvement with oversight or anybody in the public. So on the bottom, there's the total budget of $8.3 million and the oversight being the Parks and Rec Commission. So starting today, we would have the execution of the design consultant and CMAR contract to move forward. We already have a 60% design. We placed it on there, though, because we're then moving forward from there. We would then have the 90% design in August to present at the September 2nd Parks and Rec Commission meeting for approval there. Then we would move forward to 100% design in October to present the 100% design at the Parks and Rec Commission on November 5th. Then through November, negotiate the GMP, or the guaranteed maximum price, as the part of the construction manager at risk's process. We would develop the construction contract, and then we would, in January through March, have the award of that and work out any fine details. And then we would bring past that in February or March, bring the construction contract to the board at that point. Any questions directly related to the MAC? Okay. So here's the Animal Services facility. This one's a little bit more conceptual, but it's got a nice little 3D rendering, so we put it up here. So you can see the exterior on the upper right and the kind of the landscape plan and the layout. On the corner of our off Butteye Way, the existing corporate yard access.
I apologize. I'd like to go back to the MAC, if you don't mind.
The schedule or the
funding. On the agenda item, it says recognizing some additional revenue for the MAC from the quality of life. Can you just explain that line?
Yeah, I believe that there was some additional money in this fiscal year that we allocated to the MAC based on the sales tax estimates that we had that we're making for fiscal 15. So I think there was a couple $100,000 that we put in there that we added to the 5.9 million to make it the 6.1.
Out of the quality of life, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the $6.1 million, that's the total from the quality of life fund, if you look in your packet there. So what we did, I mean, we borrowed that money in 2005 because we were planning on building the MAC then. We borrowed what we could in 2005. We were planning on going back to the market in 2007 or 2008, assuming sales taxes were going to increase and we're going to get some more money and borrow some more money to finish it. Well, of course, the economy went the other way, so we basically have been sitting on that money since 2005. So I think what we're doing is we're using that total is the 5.1 or 5.9 that we've had since 2005, and then we're adding a couple $100,000 from this fiscal year. So that's where we're getting the 6.1.
The 6.1, but the total budget is 8.3 million. The difference will be coming from the one in sales tax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So here's, again, the overview at the top, going through the special use permit process in October, November, doing the design contract in December, starting design in January 15 through May of 15 with the bidding process in June, July next summer, starting construction in August with a move-in target date of June of 2016. If you go down to the bottom there, the total budget, $3.9 million. The oversight would be the Board of Health and the Carson Animal Services Initiative, or CASI. Blow up the next 6 months there in the middle, developing the special use permit in order to go to the Planning Commission on November 26th. And then the next item that would then come to the board is the design contract targeted at December 18th to then start design after that.
The oversight equals the Board of Health and Cassie. That means they will make decisions as to how money is spent, or what does oversight mean?
You want to take that one?
Let me take that, Supervisor. What we want to do is to bring the design, bring the concept to both the Board of Health and to Cassie to get public input and to be able to use that in terms of the design and the bidding process. The Board of Supervisors obviously retains the ultimate authority, and as Danny briefed, we expect to present that finalized design contract at the December 18th meeting to the board.
Nick, is Cassie a private entity, or is it, who oversees that?
Cassie is a nonprofit. They're a good partner with us. I think Chuck Crittenden, I saw him come in, is the vice chair of Cassie. They've been a good partner of ours in terms of providing quality animal services to the community. We expect to continue that partnership with them. They've also been very active in terms of fundraising. We haven't, I think if you look at your the spreadsheet where some of the revenues are coming from to do this project for the Animal Services Center, a lot of it has come from donations. And Cassie's been very active in that.
Thank you. Are we doing any other, on the oversight committees, will any other private nonprofit organizations be involved in any of the other projects as well? If you can answer that, I don't know if you can. Sorry.
Not to the level and not to the complexity that we envision with Cassie, no.
Thank you.
Anything else? We're ready. Go on, Danny.
So with that, we'll go to the downtown streetscape, and I'll give it over to Lee at this point.
Okay, the next and last project schedule we're going to go over in detail is regarding the downtown streetscape project. And I have on this initial slide the draft concept plan that has been recommended by staff thus far based on past input from the Board of Supervisors, meeting with emergency services, some comments from the public, etc. This is not necessarily the final concept plan that we'll be bringing construction plans to you, but we do need at this point to go forward and flesh out a concept to be able to start these conversations with the property owners and businesses in more detail, to be able to get to the point, and as I'll transition into the schedule, to get to the point where we come back to the Board of Supervisors in November for some final approval so that we can then go forward with the more detailed construction plan. So I just wanted to lead with that a little bit. Now going into the schedule here, going into the schedule, first along the on this one, there's a longer time frame, bars on the top and bottom of the screen there. So just a kind of a broad overview of this, and in the rest of this year is kind of the planning phase for the downtown, planning and outreach phase. We got to deal with the commercial area vitalization district once we get some conceptual designs in. 2015 is largely the detailed construction design phase, which includes not only the above ground streetscape plan, but the underground utilities piece of it. Then 2016 is the target year for construction of the Carson Street improvements. This time schedule goes on the bottom of this slide because part of the downtown is a portion of Curry Street. And so that the construction of Curry Street is not occurring at the same time as Carson Street, that would occur after the completion of Carson Street. So looking at what the detail of the upcoming 6 months in there, so we're already in the middle of July now. We look for over the next couple months to, as we start to refine our design concepts for public review and comment back and forth. We're also, this is the time where planning is going to go out and do outreach with the property owner. We've started communication with property owners. We've been having communication with business groups for months now. We'll continue with that. And so we want to kind of in a little bit of back and forth with that, be able to try to produce some concepts to roll out at a public open house, or likely a couple or more open house forums in September to show the public where we are, what the concepts are, and to get some public feedback. That's also...
Can I interrupt you there? Looking at the bottom bar graph, is there a reason for not doing the Curry Street construction design during the actual Carson Street construction period, so that we can transition from that construction period directly into the Curry Street construction period?
I imagine that's possible. That's probably some of the financing issues that we'd have to look at that might be out there for construction at a certain date, relating to how that lines up with bonding and revenues. But that's something we could look at.
I don't. When we planning on doing Curry Street?
So I see that the construction of Curry Street would be 2018.
Yeah, I mean that we'll have the money. So
This is a pretty basic overview of design in 17 and construction in 18. If you look at the timeline in your packet, construction of Carson goes into completion in September of 17, and there's actually an overlap starting to get the proposals for Curry in April of 17 to start the design. So there's a few months overlap there. And I believe we backed out Curry Street from the completion of the other corridors in September of 18. So we started with the Carson Street North, East William, Carson Street North Central, and Curry Street completed at the same time, and moved backwards from there. And there is an overlap in design and construction. This bar graph was a pretty basic overview, if that answers your question.
Just going back a little bit further, Lee, how many concept designs do you have for downtown? Or will you be presenting?
Yeah, so let me just follow up on Brad's first, and then I'll come back to that. And just a kind of a general comment on the overall project schedule on these. And as you look at these, as you see, we kind of get in the details, and we're showing 6 months in detail. Things can get a little more fuzzy after that, especially as we get out to 2017 and talking about the details of when construction finishes versus design. I think that'll be ongoing. So I think some of this is going to be based on how things go in the short term, might push these schedules a little bit. There's probably not a lot of detail in these schedules for 2017. So that being said, coming back to now, I'm coming back to the next 6 months, talking about refining the design concepts for public comment. Our plan is to develop that 2-lane, turn lane, bike lane, no parking concept into some basic graphics that the public can kind of get their arms around and see what it's going to look like besides that two-dimensional graphic. That's all we have right now for that concept. That's the extent of design. And as you know, there were other designs considered in past meetings with parking, with 4 lanes, et cetera. Going back to the schedule, thanks. So our plan is to start to develop that out to show the public the pros and cons of that and to get input on that. So that's how we plan on moving forward, not to design, 4 different designs for the public to choose from. However, as I've told, there's obviously some advocates for parking still. I've told them they can still advocate for parking. We still have a lot of discussions to have with the property owners as to what they want. We want that feedback still, but we're going forward based on what we've heard so far, developing that concept further at this point. So that's how we plan on proceeding in this next couple months, leading to the public open house. As I was saying, getting that public comment, and then leading to the oversight committees. And again, on the oversight committees, there are also committees that tie in to these various projects. Obviously, for the MAC, that's Parks and Recreation. Animal Services is under Health and Human Services, so it's that board. This is a street project as well as a downtown project, so we're going to be taking these projects throughout the process to the Regional Transportation Commission, and the Redevelopment Authority Citizens Committee would be the oversight committees on this. So we're targeting their meetings in October to bring them the draft concepts and public comment for their recommendations to then bring to the Board of Supervisors in November. Assuming all that goes well, into December, we start looking at getting into more detailed preliminary design based on that concept, which is necessary, and we'll work jointly working with the property owners in that area to develop the commercial area vitalization district. That's the term used in NRS for a business improvement district where the property owners within a given area are assessed a certain fee as determined and agreed upon between the property owners and the city for maintenance of the downtown. That's still a process that needs to be worked out. We don't have details. We have some rough estimates on the cost of maintenance, but we need to go into detail with that. And again, even up front, we're going to start to have those conversations with the property owners. Any questions on the downtown schedule for us so far? And I just have a couple more comments on the budget overall. Okay.
Is Carson Street going to be torn up for utility work during this period? Are we going to replace anything in Carson Street?
Almost all the utilities.
Yeah, in fact, that is concurrently and as part of the project and design will be replacement of old water sewer lines that would need to be replaced at some point anyway. So that's in the downtown budget in particular. There is, let me make sure I got the right one here. There's 2.1 million. 2.1 million of the total project cost is in utilities and utility replacement. So that would be, we're not going to rip the street up and do that and then do the project. It's all going to be concurrent. And also the plan, I would note while I have this forum here, to note that the plan is to phase the construction so that Carson Street remains open throughout constructions for business access. Again, that's something we want to continue to work with the businesses on, but I just wanted to note that.
Is the freeway opening any part a contingency of this plan, or is this plan going forward whether or not the feds pay for freeway opening and it's 20 and 22 instead of 17?
Well, I think this plan is going forward, assuming that that's going forward as well. I guess there's a decision point coming up in whether you pull the trigger on construction and tearing up the street when we get to construction contract time. Up until then, we get everything set up. And I think it's Patrick's here, so I think, and maybe he can add to that further.
Patrick Pittenger, Transportation Manager, Public Works. Just as Lee mentioned, there is a process we're going through. There will be decision points. The key point is that NDOT is still on schedule to have the freeway out to bid by early February. So we're going to know in not a too long period of time exactly where they are, and they're right on track. They're planning a public meeting for this fall. So we will know in relatively short order
Even
more.
after the letter that was disclosed to us at the last RTC meeting?
Yes, even that. In fact, actually, we believe there was a significant breakthrough in the last couple of days in Congress. Yeah, yesterday, just yesterday, we believe there was and it's only for an 8-month period, but.
Just so people know, what we're talking about is the federal government may or may not approve federal highway money. If they don't approve it, then NDOT basically is going to run out of cash and all projects will go on hold.
Well,
or Congress passed a bill yesterday, I think,
yes,
to take it from one house to the other, and they may do a temporary funding.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Or they might do a 2-year funding. Who knows?
Yes, it is still certainly, it's uncertain, but one point to make is that the gas tax revenues continue to flow. There is not a stoppage of funding. It would just be having to live within your means, which would mean not being able to afford everything that has been expected.
Lee, I just wanted to clarify for the record that the first meeting with the property owners was last Wednesday, so that process on the bid district meeting has started, has begun.
Lee, on the replacement of the utilities on Carson Street, is that paid through the earlier bonding approval through the sewer and water, or is that just on the general fund through water and sewer?
Right, that's going to be paid through the utility funds. So I believe that's in the 5-year plan right now. So it'll be, I don't know that those are included in the current bonds that we have. There'll probably be future bonds. I'm not sure. I don't know if you know that, Danny, but they're not going to be general fund. They're going to be either water or sewer, depending on the type of line that they're replacing.
Okay, but
it's in the 5-year plan.
It's in the 5-year plan, but we don't have to take out necessarily, we don't have to take out additional bonding for this, or we will have to?
We probably will have to, but it's all included in the current 5-year rates that were passed. So we're not going to have to do anything different to the rates that are going to be, that were passed by you over the next 5 years. So it's all included in that plan, basically.
So the replacement of these utility lines was originally planned for in the passage of the bonding capacity of the rate increases in our sewer and water for the 5-year plan, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On Curry Street, is there a reason, I'm just asking, can this board, maybe that's a way to ask it, can this board, will we set the priorities of how we want at the end of this meeting? In other words, the MAC first, the animal shelter, or how we dictate how we want the priorities? Rather than, I'm just looking at Carson Street and then looking at Curry Street. Curry Street's not going to be finished until 2018 on this schedule. So can we set the priority of where we want the priority to be? Is there a reason we can't do Curry Street first? Or maybe that's later discussion, I don't know.
Yes, this item is for us, if this gets approved as is, this is how staff is moving forward with the public processes, doing engineering, conceptual designs, working on which projects. So if approved as is, we start working on, well, I take that back. The planning process is going to be Carson Street and Curry Street concurrently up front in the very front. So I think that's done. But the next part is construction, and per this schedule, we would go to start designing Carson Street, not Curry Street first. So yes, if there's, if you prefer that Curry Street is more important and done first, I guess that could be done. Regarding the schedule, and again, to come back to another question, I apologize. The question on the timing of the freeway reminded me to mention that the timing of construction the window of Carson Street that we're looking for is 2017 because, 2016 because that's not a legislative session year. So we don't want to, in addition to the disturbance that it's going to have anyway, we want to try to shoot for a non-legislative year when we're working on Carson Street.
Nick, just for the record, I'd like you to clarify the coordination that will go on with relation to, let's say, the Nugget and their remodel and construction schedules and so forth.
Sure. Thank you. I've already met with the soon-to-be new owner of the gaming operation of the Nugget. We've got a number of meetings in the near future scheduled with the property owner as well as the other property owners in the downtown. We're going to cast a wide net. We're drawing in all the stakeholders. The Northern Nevada Development Authority has potential projects. I'm working extremely closely with them. We're going to work very closely with the chamber. I'd like to have their full support on the project, and that will require, obviously, bringing them in, giving them a seat at the table, which I intend to do. Early next month, I'm going to meet with the Downtown Business Association. As you've pointed out, the first business improvement district conversation has taken place, and we'll continue it with that. So the timeline that we've presented is our best estimate of synchronizing what we're doing, especially with the downtown part of Carson Street from 5th to William, with not only external events. Lee brought up the legislative session, the freeway project, but also these other development projects, most of which look like they're going to have a fairly high likelihood of actually coming to pass. So we're trying to sync everything up so that we're able to finish and complete projects in the timeline that we know other projects could potentially be taking place. So we're going to work very closely. I've asked staff also. The Curry Street comment is a good one. Where we can concurrently plan and execute, we will. I think looking at the timeline, the 6-month plan is pretty detailed. That's why I asked them to break that out. As you get farther down the road, so to speak, we're less certain. So where we are able to compress timelines, do projects concurrently, we will. But again, this is our best estimate here in July of how we see this taking place.
And I think Jim's comment was interesting about should we prioritize Curry Street or Carson Street first. I think to answer that, we would need to know from a construction management perspective as well as from a utility perspective the pros and cons of doing Curry Street first or Carson Street first. So if it's more important to have the utilities done and to be able to meet the legislative off-year guideline, then maybe that tells us that Carson Street should be done first. If there are other pros or cons that we're not aware of for Curry Street, then I think that we need to have that information before we make a decision. My actual question was our conversations in the past as far as maintenance cost reimbursements was to include both business owners and property owners. This particular schedule only shows property owners. So are we still intending to move forward and engage the business owners with some sort of an assessment into a maintenance fund?
The state law is very specific that for an assessment, for an assessment, it's through the property owners that can be used for maintenance. We are going to, and obviously the property owners have an interest in what, or the business owners have an interest in what the property owners are doing, and obviously the owners are going to, and vice versa. There's got to be a relationship there. And I'd have to go back and look at any questions, because the question is we'd have to get the businesses and create a special district for business license. It would have to be a business license fee. We can look at that again, but I think that could be part of that discussion at that time.
And I personally think that it needs to be because the businesses, the downtown business owners, for the most part, are the ones that brought this proposal forward. and I think that they need to have some skin in the game, and they have a definite benefit from these projects. So I personally would like to see both the property owners and the business owners engaged in this, and we may have to form two different entities to be able to do that, which I'm perfectly open to.
Could I just add one thing on the Curry Street versus Carson Street? As far as the water lines and sewer lines go, they both need to be done yesterday. So we're kind of either one. We're just excited to replace water lines and sewer lines so that we're not out there in the middle of the night replacing leaks all the time. So as far as a priority there, I think they're all really old and.
And the gas lights are going to be replaced, correct? Are they going to be kept like we kept the fencing?
Yeah, there are lights. So
Right, but if we're going to replace them, are we talking about only replacing, say, the existing standards and putting electrical to them and taking the gas lines out, or are we actually replacing the standards?
Oh, yeah, everything would be replaced in the construction.
Then
We're talking about construction details now,
Right.
but basically, it's wall-to-wall replacement of fixtures.
Yeah, I would think that there would be great interest from members of the public if we decided not to actually keep those in perpetuity, that there'd be great interest in auctioning those off.
Or using them somewhere else within the downtown area, so yeah, we'll have to look at those types of things. The last part of my presentation, the only thing.
Going back to what Nick alluded to on the new Nugget oversight, projects that may be coming forward, how does that, have we looked at how that, and I believe it's a hotel, a convention center, and quite a bit is going in behind the Nugget. How does that relate to Carson Street prior to where it is now and how we're going to put it into 2 lanes? Have we looked at this potential project, and equated that to, because I haven't heard any discussions about this, about that project in particular. I talked to NNDA, I asked them about it, but I haven't got that feedback yet. So I'm just kind of curious about that. And the Oversight Committee, going back even further in the discussion, I apologize, going back to the Oversight Committee on the animal shelter and the meetings that you just had with property owners, are those open meetings? Or is that something the public can attend and are there minutes of the meeting to that? Or are these meetings going to be individually held without being public, I guess?
Last question first, I think. I think I'm answering the question. All the Oversight Committee meetings, all the city Oversight Committee meetings would be public meetings, minutes, regular minutes run by the city. I think that was your question for that, right? Okay.
On the business side, the property owners and so forth, is that an open meeting?
Okay. So going back to this schedule here, staff is going to meet with. There's going to be a lot of meetings and feedback from staff that is not public meeting. It is our intent that the public workshop is going to be the open forum for the public to get public meeting and open to anybody. For example, when we go to the Downtown Business Association, that's their meeting, they run it. So we're gonna go to them and talk to them on their terms, with their rules. I don't know if it's how they invite the public or not, but we're trying to get feedback. And a lot of it is with the property owners that haven't participated in some of the public meetings because they don't prefer to do it that way. They want to do it, but we want their feedback, and ultimately they're going to have to come to some agreement with this board on what works. So it's going to be a combination of things. Back to your first question, we don't have any plans in or conceptual plans in for development behind the Nugget. However, the 2-lane Carson Street plan in general has been in the transportation plan since 2005 or 6 or whatever it was, and developed based on build out of all of the property in the downtown area. So yes, it hasn't been analyzed to a particular development that we don't know the specifics of now, but in terms of traffic and the volumes, it was developed with factoring that in mind. Yes.
With that project behind it?
With not a project, development of projects at build-out of Carson City that develops that property.
That's the 2005?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Originally?
Yes, the two-lane concept was developed with traffic studies and again and in the transportation plan and modeled based on a projection 40 years from now at build-out with everything developed.
Thank you.
And, we okay? Lee? Further?
Just the last thing on the budget, because I had some questions on it. So the tentative budget is in your pack, and I just want to note it was pointed out to me some differences from the budget that was in the packet on April 17th. One of the main differences, the public works funds were not identified in that budget on April 17th. So the total project costs are increased because you add the public works portion of it, but with the exceptions of some of the projects we've discussed already, the amount of sales tax project funds identified for those projects remains the same. Secondly, there's a difference if you caught that the William Street project, as is in your packet today, number 7 on the list of the budget is William Street from Carson all the way out to Fairview, which was previously broken up into 2 segments from Carson to the freeway and then freeway to Fairview. But I think they've been identified now in the schedule as one project during one time frame. So I think that's the purpose of them being combined in the budget, and the budget remains the same effectively too. It's just that the two amounts are combined that were identified previously are combined into one. So I just wanted to explain that. That'll conclude our presentation.
Why don't we just, Karen, jump in, then John, and then Jim.
Lee, I just want to point out a correction on page 12 of our packet. It's under 7.0, 7.3, the final cab district approval by the Board of Supervisors. Shouldn't that read March 2015? Okay.
On spending $9 million on this project, is there any way we could get from the property owners or the businesses a projection on how much revenue we're going to get out of this thing?
We can talk to the property owners about that. You know, I think that's a good point. I think we might want to figure out how we can analyze that. It's difficult, as Nick has said numerous times. You can't measure. We cannot get the data from the state on the sales tax generated from that specific area, so we're not going to know that. So there's going to have to be some voluntary reporting, but it would be good information to know. You know, and there are examples of places that have done that in the past and shown how the rents went up, the property values went up, and all that. So there are certain things we can measure, and I think we should measure what we can.
Yeah, it's the accountant. I mean, I think it's some type of knowledge like that. I wouldn't spend a lot of money developing it, but I think it would be helpful, especially for future ideas too.
Lee, on all corridors, you will have that a fee for the business, or no, not for the business, for the property owners to help maintain the upkeep of each area. Is that correct?
Yeah, I thank you for bringing that up. So we have the downtown as the detailed model here of how we're going to proceed, and I think, as Supervisor Bonkowski noted, still some discussion to be had about how that's exactly paid for. But the intent, this is our first shot at it, and would be our first bid district in the city. So we would expect that this would be the model going forward for the other corridors.
So we'll have a bid district. We'll also have a redevelopment district 1 and 2. So we're taxing that. Still will be enforced, right? Redevelopment taxes that won't be declining, will it?
Just to be clear, the redevelopment district folks don't get taxed any extra. that there's just an increment of that assessed value, yeah.
But that won't decline, will it?
We hope it goes up as a result of our projects. That's the point, yeah.
I'm hoping it doesn't decline, though, right? We're not going to subtract from one because we're getting money from another source, correct?
Yeah, it doesn't have anything, the two don't have anything to do with each other. The redevelopment's totally based on assessed value.
Going back to John's comment, I think that if we can't develop a way to get specific revenue figures, we can at least look at vacancy rates and the sales tax categories that are specific to downtown businesses, which are typically bars, restaurants, gaming, and you can look at those specifically year-over-year figures. So we can't do it in a real-time basis, but I think over a trending period of 1, 3, 5 years, you can certainly do it.
Anything else? We're going to have some public, anybody in the public want to weigh in? Ask a lot of questions. Good morning, Lori.
Lori Bagwell. I have a general question. When I look at the April approved budget and schedule, the sales tax was $17,885,000. In your current packet, the sales tax is only $17,300,000. Where's the $500,000?
Well, I think basically what we're trying to do is determine how much we can generate in sales tax, in bonding. And this is the current estimate right now, is what we need is the 17.385. So I think didn't Andy reduce some of the projects as well? Right, and I believe that was something that we had done as well, is we reduced the amount of the projects because of grants and other funds that were available. So I think the 17.385 is all that we need.
So you're going to lessen the years or something necessary on the sales tax then? You're not going to utilize the $500,000 that's available?
I think what we're going to do is we're going to bond as much as we can. So, we'll talk about that in the next item. We're planning on bonding about $13.6 million now. And then in 3 or 4 years, we're going to be go ahead and seeing what the sales tax is doing and what it'll allow us to bond. So at that point, we'll borrow what we can. And depending on what the sales tax does over the next 30, 35 years, we'll either pay off the bonds early, or the board can elect to do additional project if there's additional money. I mean, it's all up to the board. But I mean, I think that's the plan, is that if we collect more money than we need, the board will have to decide whether to pay the bonds off early and stop the tax, or keep collecting the money and then, do additional projects. So at this point, we need $17.385 million to accomplish our goals over the next 5 or 6 years. And, we're planning on borrowing that money. How the sales tax reacts over the next, 35 years will depend on what we do with the money in 20 or 30 years. We'll either pay off the bonds early, or the board can elect to do additional projects. They'd have to amend the plan, but that's definitely an option at that time.
And then the other question that I have really deals.
Hang on, we got to be careful about.
Somebody else. Sorry.
This is public comment time, but really the other way, and I do what I can to try and let everybody have what they want to do here. But go ahead, Brad, and then come back to Lori. Lori, make your comments, and we'll see if we go on from there.
Just a note, based on the comments from both of you, is that if you, in our schedule here, our project cost summary, there's approximately $3.5 million worth of unfunded items in that as well.
Which is why I brought up the lesser of the $500,000 not being programmed. The other question really goes back to one that I'm not sure was answered previously, which is, of this sales tax fund, what the city is going to be charging, what type of fees are coming across that, and staffing. And I don't know that that's programmed, or is that within these figures already?
I didn't understand that one.
Cost allocation.
Cost
I mean,
allocation
what is the city structure within this
for receipt of the fund?
I don't anticipate there'll probably be any, especially at first, because I suspect it's similar to the V&T. All we're going to be doing is issuing bonds and paying debt with that money. So there really isn't any other, I mean, I guess we could, but we probably won't. Okay. We won't use other city, we won't cost allocate into that fund.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
And I think the main reason is that it's really not an operating fund. It's all we're going to be basically doing is just paying debt from it. It's a little bit different than some of the other funds that are actual operating funds.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. Mayor Morris White for the record. I noticed that in April you showed $5.7 million coming from question 18 for the MAC. It's now been increased $400,000. I'm not clear as to where the totality of that $400,000 has come from. Can you explain that?
I think we talked about that a few minutes ago, but just for clarity, we'll bring it back. Nick, you want to repeat what you said?
Yeah, I think we had come up with an additional $200,000 this fiscal year, and I believe we had an additional $200,000 from fiscal 14 as well. Right. So there was 5.7, and then what we did is we included last year, which is fiscal 14, and then we're including 200,000 of fiscal 15 money.
That's
well.
question 18 money?
That's correct.
So the Convention Visitors Bureau will not be putting any money into this building?
Well, that's a question or a comment. I mean, right now, that's not in our budget. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Other public comment? Comment, not questions. Good morning. You can. I don't mean to say it like that. I mean, because I understand that, that just trying to run a meeting, folks. That's all I'm trying to do. And so go. I mean, we're going to try and accommodate everybody here. Go.
Linda McKenzie, member of Cassie. Doesn't get easier coming up here, does it? I came because I had some questions. I think most of them actually have been answered. I just want to say I'm really happy to see a timeline. I know Lisa wants to retire badly. My other real comment that I really wanted to make was Cindy Hanna and I visited the Truckee Animal Shelter and the new one, the $10.6 million one, which is fabulous. I'm really glad to see, and I wanted to make a point to include her and anyone else in animal facilities with the final design, because we saw a lot of things that are not incorporated in our preliminary design that we never would have thought of if we hadn't gone to look at the other one. They have all of their offices in one location. Our preliminary has offices all over the place. It just makes more sense to have them all together. They have separate intake, outtake for each enclosure. I don't know, the design for that specific hasn't been done yet, but it's things to keep in mind. And that's why I wanted to say to be sure to include people that can give that kind of input that maybe wouldn't have been considered. And my last thing is I hope we see you at Bark Wine and Dine, and Mayor Kroll's coming, I believe. Okay, July 27th. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good comments. Okay. Ms. Mack, come on, Doreen.
Good morning, Mayor. And I'm Doreen Mack, Lofty Expressions, founder and president of Downtown 2020. I do have some issues on doing construction on Curry Street and Carson Street at the same time. For any kind of construction downtown is a deterrent for all businesses. To do them all at the same time, where are people going to go? Since we are trying to establish businesses still going on at the same time that construction will be happening on Carson Street. So that would give us Curry Street to work with, and hopefully we can keep businesses going during that time. So it only makes sense to do these at two separate venues here. Carson Street is the gathering place for all people, and we certainly have had many meetings, as Patrick and Lee can attest to, and you all know that I have been an advocate for downtown parking. I am, however, opening my ears and eyes to look at other issues here and other things that we can work with. I am glad that this is not yet set in stone, and we still got some work to do in this process. Brad, I appreciate you bringing up as what our group was based on. And when this organization started, I had 49 downtown business owners and 13 building owners that were for this plan, and that was for the 2 lanes either way, parking on Main Street and wider sidewalks. So that's what our group was established on, and yes, they are a big part of this whole plan, and they need to be acknowledged. So I hope that there is a meeting that includes all of them so that we can have this discussion with them here. Safety is an issue and one that has been brought up to me on numerous occasions. And the big thing is, Doreen, what are you going to do to protect, in the conversation I had at the college with one of the professors saying, if we bring our students downtown, what are you going to do to protect them, since it looks like at nighttime we are, there's just no activity whatsoever. There's no cars on Main Street. It looks like downtown's been abandoned. I don't have an answer for that, and I hope that we will come together with something that will address this issue. And this has come up a few times, and I'm truly hoping that we can keep the gas lights as part of the charm for the downtown and add brighter lights throughout the area where we need it, and discuss how we can make it more of a vital and active downtown area. Mr. Morano, I hope at some point we get you to attend one of our meetings. Okay, and thank you for your time.
All right. Other comments? Anybody? Mr. Crittenden, come on.
Morning, everyone. Garrett Lapierre, local businessman and property owner downtown. What a great day in Carson City history. This thing's really starting to kick off and starting to get going now. And more importantly than that, you know, what I want to do, I don't really have too much to add to it, but this is done. This is passed. This tax is happening. We're moving forward with this plan. And the sooner that we all hop on board with how can we make this the best plan it can be to improve this city and improve these districts, rather than questioning every decision that's made, looking at every line item on the budget with a condescending eye and a conspiracy theorist mind, we're going to be better off. To see people like Danny Rotter and Ryan Henry, the whole point of this whole thing is to get guys like this to come live here in this town, to get the 20, 30, 40, 50-year-olds to have their kids stay here and improve the economy within Carson City and add diversification to the businesses that we have here. One thing that I do agree with you, Mr. Shirk, is that the redevelopment districts, and if they're going to do a business improvement district, that begs a larger discussion of how do we make that work. In a perfect world, redevelopment would fund this project without having a separate business improvement district. And maybe over the course of time we can make that happen. And I think there's headway that's being done now to get us to that point. But stay on that. I think that's an important thing of that that we can make work. Has a committee been discussed, and whoever can answer, has a committee been discussed that has property owners, business owners, developers, the college, and any other community stakeholders? Has that been discussed to have a committee put together?
Yeah, we don't have a committee, a formal committee, but there's a public outreach that will include all those.
Okay, so maybe having a committee. I like the fact that you have RAC and the RTC as the oversight committees. I think if you had a committee that was separate along with these guys that came together, you may get a little more buy-in if you did that. And also thank you for the reading suggestion, Mr. Morano. The Greenville book is very, very good. So, thank you guys, and keep doing the hard work.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Vice President.
Morning. Chuck Crittenden, Vice Chair of CASI. Good morning to you, Mayor, and the board. We want to say thank you for bringing us to this point where we have a great aggressive schedule. Looks like we're really going to move forward, and this is going to become a reality, and we look forward to working with staff and with the board and the consultants in a successful outcome and a great building. So thanks again. We appreciate it. On behalf of CASI, we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment? Anybody? All right. Oh, Joel. Hey, you look pretty good in the paper there. It was a good outfit you had on, too.
Well, it was a pretty great photo op for both of us.
Keeping good company with the exception of the mayor.
Yeah,
it's all right.
That was a great day. For the record, Joel Dunn, Executive Director of the Carson City Visitors Bureau. First off, I have, through the process of the last year, being the new executive director, been in front of you and talked about these projects and how the downtown project will obviously create a better visitor experience, creating the opportunity for additional visits from those visitors coming in. Obviously, this MAC has the opportunity for the Visitors Bureau to partner with the city once again in expanding the significant economic engine of sports tourism within our community. Do want to touch on the fact when you're talking about these projects that are built with sales tax increase. I want to make sure that as record that the Visitors Bureau, as you're aware, creates 30 to 35% of all taxable sales within our community. As such, we certainly play a significant role in the funding of all of these projects. We look forward to being a partner with you, developing another sports tourism campaign in the shoulder season, the winter months with the MAC, and obviously within the downtown project. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joel. All right, other public comment? Are we ready to bring it back to the board? All right, motion's in order. Board, who wants to do it? There you go. We got discussion, or we want to put a motion up, or you want
Can
to
I
discuss?
ask
Sure,
one
go,
additional
go.
question? I apologize. Lee, I just want to touch base, and maybe Lee and Nick both, on we have $500,000 on page 4 on the Carson City One and Sales Tax Project Cost Summary, $500,000 for the community center. Just using that as an example, if that went, there was earlier discussions that projected that to be a higher dollar amount. Now, if we move forward, supposing that 500, just for this conversation, the 500,000 is not enough for the community center, and it goes up to that earlier discussion of 2 million. Can we increase this allotted amount on any project, but in particular, I'm just using that as an example. Can that dollar amount change at any point? And if so, how?
So I'll start with that. So the plan of expenditure implements, you have an ordinance that implements the sales tax and authorizes a revenue, and you have a plan of expenditure, which again I failed to reiterate at this meeting, but that plan of expenditure means you can only spend those sales tax funds on these projects. I don't believe you are constrained to specific numbers within these are fungible between projects to an extent. I think, you're here telling us we're going forward based on this budget. But 5 years from now, sales taxes are better than we are anticipating, and there's more money and the ability to do a $2 million project on the community center. I believe that we can do that under the proposed, as long as the revenues are there, and that's within what the plan of expenditure says we are going to do.
So basically, at any point, we could change the dollar amount of funding for any of the projects along the way, correct?
Essentially, yes.
It could go up, it could go down, either way. Whatever the board would direct, we could actually do,
right.
Correct?
And we may be coming back. I mean, we're looking at, for some of these grant funds, grant funds, for example, is another selection, another example where there's some where transportation or recreation may be able to go out and get some grant funds for some of these portions, and we anticipate being able to get some. Maybe we get less on some and still have to stay within the budget on the sales tax project, but maybe we get more and are able to spend less of the sales tax funds on any given project. So I think throughout this process, we are going to be back to you and refining where we stand in the budget as projects come forward, and then looking forward from that point. So
kind of be like a check and balance as we go through it. Every so often, it'll be coming back to the board. We'll look at things, discuss it, and approve it, or for more allocation of funding or less. It could go that way in the
I think
future.
that's a good way of putting it.
Okay.
Mr. Providenti, we are going to issue bonds this year without fail. I'm worried about the interest rates and what the Federal Reserve Chair is saying and things like that.
Yes.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Good answer. Okay, we're going to entertain a motion to accept the updated schedule, and we can discuss from a motion.
I move to accept the updated schedule and budgets to plan, design, and construct the projects identified in the 1/8% sales tax plan of expenditure.
Motion by Supervisor Abad, seconds by Supervisor McKenna and Supervisor Minkowski. On the motion, discussion.
Yes.
Discussion's in order.
I would like to see the board maybe, if I'm understanding the schedule that was presented to us, some of the, I'm just looking at East William Corridor, we won't start until 2018, but that could be going on. That could be going on sooner. I mean, I know we can't do Curry and downtown at the same time, but we could be doing another corridor at the same time. We don't have to wait for this period of time. I understand about the freeway problem, but why is this pushed so far down? I mean, why can't this been brought forward?
Well, I'll start, and they may be able to add to it. There's a general, so there's a financial issue with the bonding and how much you bond and how much, what the rates are, and being able to save some costs by waiting longer before bonding. So there's that issue. There's also, and what I've heard is staff time, the ability, the capacity to do that, and for the city to manage that many. If we wanted to do all these projects right now, we wouldn't have the city staffing capacity to do that. And maybe Danny had something to add.
Yeah, so part of it is, I believe from the initial passing of the plan of expenditure was get MAC and Animal Services done, push the corridors back. And so I think that reflects that here. Those three, Carson Street North, East William Street, and Carson Street North Central were paired together to be more efficient, like Nick was saying earlier. But exactly right. We already have 60 projects going. Adding all these in, we're either going to add more staff in the next 5 years and maybe not have the staff later, or we're going to have to hire consultants even more to pick up that workload. So this was the best shot at a balance across those, with including the MAC and Animal Services in downtown as the priorities, corridors following up.
Okay.
I know it's still discussion before the vote. I originally voted against the one in sales tax, and I am aboard for pushing these projects through and making sure they're funded right, they're completed right. I would just rather see Curry Street go forward. I think if I make that amendment to the motion, I don't think I'd get a second on it. But I understand where we're at and what we're doing, and I like how we're moving forward in the presentation given by staff, so I do appreciate that. Matter of fact, I will make the amendment to the motion. See if I can get a second. I would like to move Curry Street to a higher priority than the downtown Carson Street and have that move forward first, and then the narrowing of Carson Street after Curry Street is done. So that's my amendment to the motion.
I'll second it.
Motion is second. Discussion. I think that what I've heard on this is that these all need to be done, and that we are going to try our very level best to coordinate construction on Carson Street and Curry Street, and do Curry Street where we can, but it's important to make sure that we don't disrupt the world during the legislative session. And I think that we make a severe mistake if we think that we're going to be tearing up Carson Street during a legislative session. We already hear enough on kind of an anecdotal basis about giving parking tickets. And one of the things I was going to say is, when we start doing this, we ought to do away with parking tickets, especially during the construction phase. So, from my sense, I don't, on this is a motion and a second to amend the motion. I intend to vote no for that reason, because I think that the schedule that is set out right now is the one that accommodates both Curry and Carson Street, and accommodates what we think we can do for our community in terms of who's here, and if we're going to drive, we're going to be disrupting enough businesses. We don't want to do it more. So that's where I am on it. Hang on, we got a bunch of lights here. You'll get a chance, Jim, at the end. So, only because it was your motion, so we'll start down here and go that way. So. Yeah.
I would concur with Bob's assessment of that. I don't want to disrupt Carson Street during a legislative session. It just isn't prudent. So I would vote against this motion for that reason.
Yeah, my preference would be to do Curry Street first, except for the fact of the legislative session. I think that that's a critical issue that we can't avoid.
I looked at the maps over at Public Works at the age of the utility lines underneath Carson Street, and I'm hoping we make it through tomorrow without them breaking. So I prefer to get those things replaced.
Jimmy, go.
Well, I understand the argument of the board, but I think what is being lost in the conversation is we have a huge project going in behind the Nugget. I'd rather see that come before this board so I understand what all of that entails, and that we tie Carson Street to that project. That's my logic. I mean, I don't think necessarily that doing the Carson Street, I understand the mayor's argument during the session, but what I'm saying is wait for that other project, which seems to have a great support, and it seems like it's going to go. Wait for that to come forward so we can tie the downtown narrowing of the streets to this new project as well. Seems like it's logical to me.
At the end of the day, whatever happens on the Nugget, I think the NNDA and the Nugget owners, and particularly the new owner of the Nugget facility, the license, and the Hop May Adams Foundation and the NNDA understand that this is the building of Carson Street. I mean, and so I think from what I've heard, they are all factoring that into their decisions on what to do there. And there's another player in this that's also there that we need to be cognizant of, that and that is the state has a capital complex plan that's on its property near Stewart Street, and we have to talk to them as well. But I think what happens is if we start, it's good to plan, and we need to continue to talk to everybody to let everybody know what we're doing and incorporate different theories as we go forward. But I think it's important that we one minimize the disruption in our own business, and two, that people are looking for us to go forward, and then they're going to take their move. So they have to kind of look at what we're doing at the same time. So that's my comment. So on the motion to amend, are we ready? There's a vote. All in favor of the motion to amend the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, fails 4-1. All right. All right, on the underlying motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, good move. So we worked through that little parliamentary issues there. Good job, Jim. Thanks. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see now. Where are we? We're going to try and move to 17. Mr. Providenti, go forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Nick Providenti, Finance Director. So this is the first step in the bonding process, which will allow us to make sure that we do get the bonds by the end of the year per Supervisor McKenna's request. This is an action to adopt a resolution concerning the financing of certain infrastructure projects as set forth in 377B163, directing the clerk to notify the Carson City Debt Management Commission of the city's proposal to issue general obligations. Basically, that's what it is. It's just notifying. It's the first step, having the clerk notify the Debt Management Commission that we're planning on issuing bonds. We plan on taking this issue to the Debt Management Commission on August 19th is when the Debt Management Commission will meet. And then there'll be various other steps between now and the end of the year that we'll go through that the board will have to.
Resolution is 2014 R22.
Okay, this should be pro forma. Anybody want to weigh in? Public board, take a motion.
I move to adopt Resolution 2014 R22, a resolution concerning the financing of certain infrastructure projects set forth in NRS 377B.160 subsection 3, directing the clerk to notify the Carson City Debt Management Commission of the city's proposal to issue general obligations therefore, providing certain details in connection therewith, providing for the reimbursement of expenditures from the proceeds of bonds, and providing the effective date hereof.
Motion by Supervisor Binkowski, a couple seconds by Supervisor McKinnon and Supervisor Abad on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none.
Wait.
What discussion's in order? Got it.
Lights on.
Got it.
Nick, on the amount that we're issuing of $13,600,000, why would we not go more? Because we know all the projects will cost more. Is that the limit we can go now, or
Right.
why are we not going higher?
But I believe that's what we can afford to do now. So what we're planning on doing is, and I don't know if John's here from J&A Consulting. He's kind of helping us with, with the analysis. But I think the plan is to get as much money as we can now with the current taxes, and then in 4 years, I believe, we'll be planning on getting about $4.2 million more. So I don't know, John, if you wanted to add anything to that, or.
Thank you. Thank you. For the record, John Peterson with J&A Consulting Group. It's an excellent question, and I think Nick is correct. Our plan here is to issue the $13.6 million in bonds. That gets us about $13.3 million of proceeds after paying some of the transaction costs. And then, as he said, we would come back in a couple of years and bond for the remainder. I think two reasons this is prudent is, one, some of the projects aren't immediately on the table to be constructed, and to bond for them and to pay debt service on them. When we weren't actually going to construct them for 4 years, is maybe not the best decision to make, just again, kind of from a financial perspective. The other is that by waiting a couple of years, we open up the opportunity to have bonds that extend beyond 30 years from today. Right now, we can only issue bonds that would go until fiscal year 2045. And in order to make the whole project fit, we actually need a couple more years out to about 2047.
Additionally, Nick, I spoke to you before the meeting on, I ran through that, the financial and budget policies. It says, debt should not be issued unless primary or a secondary source of repayment is identified. And so I know we're taking this bond out with the one in sales tax, but what is the second source of repayment should sales tax fail?
Right, so typically the primary source would be the pledged revenue, which would be the 1/8 sales tax. And then the secondary source is going to be the full faith and credit of the government. So it's any other source of money that we have. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Peters, when do you think the Fed's going to raise interest rates, and what interest rate are we going to get on these bonds?
The wisdom I've always been told is that interest rates go up until they go down. So I think an interest rate increase is coming. There's definitely been a lot of talk in the market about it. I would expect, personally, I would expect the Fed to raise interest rates on short-term rates, and that's really the only rate that the Federal Reserve has direct control over within the next calendar year. I would expect them to start easing off of the 0% monetary policy. In terms of the bonds that we're selling, I believe in the information that we sent, I'm just making sure that it's there. Right now we're estimating that the overall interest rate for 30 years on this transaction is approximately 4.56%.
Okay.
Hopefully you'll do better than that.
Well, I certainly hope so as well.
All right, we're on discussion on the motion, on the underlying motion. On the further discussion among us? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. We're now going to move to item 18A. This is the Public Works Department's recommendation with respect to the CMAR and Miles Construction. As I mentioned on item 16, there's potential conflict with one of my firm's clients, namely Miles Construction, as 18A deals directly with my firm's client, Miles Construction. My firm's client will obtain a direct financial benefit from my yes vote on this item. I unavoidably have a commitment in a private capacity to that client. Therefore, I will abstain from the vote on this and will not participate or advocate on this item during deliberation, and I have given a copy of this letter to the clerk.
And I also have the same verbatim disclosure, with the exception that it's not a law firm, it's a real estate business. And I also have provided a letter for the record.
And with that, I'm going to be leaving
Mr. Mayor, let the record show that that's a letter, that's an opinion letter from the DA to you.
That's an opinion letter from the DA to both of us on that.
To Brad
and
as
what
well.
that, in addition to what that means is that the quorum changes. I mean, okay, all right. I'm going to turn the gavel over to Mayor Pro Tem. There you go.
So, Randy, while we're transitioning, that means it takes 2 votes?
It means now, under the law, the ethics law and the open meeting law, we would count the remaining members as if that was the board, as if they didn't exist. So you have a 3-member board, and you need 2 votes to pass something.
All right, Tom, are you going to take us through this issue?
I'm going to take you through this issue.
Thank you.
Tom Grundy with Carson City Public Works. Good morning. Item 18A is to extend the contract with Miles Construction for Seymour Construction Services for the MAC until June 30th, 2015. Danny kind of discussed the Seymour process while he was here. Basically, Miles works with the architect and looks at cost-saving measures, and then at the end of that process, they provide a guaranteed maximum price to the city that we will build the MAC for X dollars. And the city has the option to say, okay, or we can take it out to bid if we think we can get a better price by going out to bid. So that's what the Miles contract does. And there is no scope change. We're just extending the end date of the contract because, as everyone's aware, we stopped progress on the MAC, and now we get to pick it back up. So that's the summary of this contract. There's about $10,000 left on this contract. We've spent just over $14,000, and there's about $10,000 left on this contract. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I'll open it to the board. Jim?
I know we talked yesterday. On the extension of this contract at the end, and I know you brought forward his cost savings ideas, which were numerous, so I understand that. At the end of it, when the drawings are completed, he will give you a base price to build this. But how do we know, by just accepting his bid or Miles' construction bid, we're within the ballpark of building this without opening it to bids? How do we go about, how do we accept his bid at the end and say, okay, when we don't have any competitive bidding?
That's a good question. And we just have to scrutinize their price and use our knowledge of construction. And we may hire a consultant or to see what they think about it. But at the end of the day, yeah, if we accept Miles's price, there's no way we could know that we could have done better with a competitive bid. So, but Miles has the advantage that if they give us too high of a price, then we can say, no, we're going out to bid.
But necessarily, we wouldn't really know if they give us a high price or not, basically, unless you have a consultant that would kind of give you an idea of where that figure is. And additionally, even if Miles Construction gives you that base price, it comes back to the board for our approval. So we can ask at that time when it comes back to us, this board or members of these boards could say, do we have a comparable price for this contract? Could we not? So we still have that leeway at a later date, correct?
Yes.
John?
My only question would be for the city manager, does he have any comments on this, since he's fairly, I've used this before at the school district. I know how it works. You're new here. Any questions, comments, advice?
Actually, I'm very confident in the Seymour concept of actually working through the process with a contractor. I think we will get best value out of it, and I think we'll have a very good idea of what potential cost savings and betterments we can achieve along the way.
I've got one more thing I'd like to throw in there. Another benefit of the Seymour process is it really reduces the number of change orders. And as everyone's aware, change orders can drive up the price of a contract. But this will reduce the number of change orders should we take the guaranteed maximum price.
Any further board comment? Public comment. I'll bring this back to the board. John?
I move to accept the Public Works Department recommendation to approve Amendment Number 1 to Contract Number 1213-144A with Miles Construction, titled Seymour Pre-Construction Services for the Multi-Use Athletic Center, MAC, to increase the contract term.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thanks.
Well, congratulations, Bob. You're on for another 4 years.
I'll go back outside. All right, let's take up item 18B, the architect. Mr. Grundy, come on.
This item, 18B, is to approve a contract with VCBO Architects to complete the design of the MAC. And this is the MAC that's the forecourt MAC that Danny talked about earlier. The original contract was for $327,000 approximately, and of that we used $98,000. We used just 30% of that original contract. And then work on the MAC stopped. This contract is to complete the design, and there are some additions to this contract. I'm sure everybody read through the architect's proposal. There are a few additions to that contract. They're for a number of items. We had to upgrade to the current building code because the code changed during the time that we were not working on the MAC. So we made some design changes to the MAC. Part of it was suggestions for Miles Construction, which saved, we think, about $170,000 off the construction costs of the MAC. One of the sub-consultants to BCBO wanted to update their rate structure to 2014 rates, so that's included in there. And then, so this contract is for $251,763, which will make the total design cost for the forecourt MAC $349,803. Does anybody have any questions?
There are a lot of questions. I mean, I think I'll wait until they go through. Go, Karen, then we'll just go lights one on like this for Karen, Brad, and then Jim.
Tom, included in this is that the MAC is being designed to expand, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Tom, the third option on here is to change the orientation of the building. Can you kind of walk us through that? Because that's the first that I've heard or seen of that, and that's an additional cost of $5,500. Can you just walk us through what is that for and why?
That $5,500 is to pay additional design costs associated with reorienting the MAC. Right now, the design has the MAC lined up with Russell Way, and so it's offset from the Boys and Girls Club. It's tilted. If we rotate it to line up with the Boys and Girls Club, the big thing we get out of it is we get a lot more expansion options for the future. So.
I think when we talked yesterday, there was the fee increases, but there is some cost savings there, even though this is listed as fee increases of, just on the first item, $8,800, and the second one, there's $8,700. But there were some cost savings going the opposite way in our discussion yesterday. Even though this has this increase, it actually saved money going the other way from the recommendations given from Miles Construction. Is that correct?
That's correct. We'll pay more on the design side, but we'll save money on the construction side. We're eliminating, for example, an enclosure around the exterior stairwell, so we don't have to build that enclosure. We don't have to condition it. We don't have to fire sprinkle it. We're changing the foundation design a little bit to use CMU blocks. The walls are CMU blocks, and instead of pouring a concrete stem wall and then stacking the CMU blocks on top of that, we're starting out at the footing with CMU blocks. And we're changing the gymnasium seating to retractable bleachers. And those three items will save about $170,000.
On the realignment of the MAC Center, it is still not being, I guess for the better sake of argument, attached to the Girls and Boys Club in any shape or form, right? There's a separation between them, even though they're are they on the same property within the same boundaries and not connected, or are they on different properties still?
Right now, the parcel is one property, but as part of this process, we're going to do a parcel map that will separate the two properties, and it'll turn one big parcel into two smaller parcels. The MAC will be on a completely separate parcel, and it'll have the setbacks required by the building code from those parcel lines, so it will not be connected to the Boys or Girls Club with anything but sidewalks.
And it will be on the city parcel, correct?
Yes.
Entirely,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
There's an item on the agenda today.
Coming up.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That will.
A better picture.
Okay.
Could I do history?
Huh?
History?
You want history?
History of this was originally the Boys and Girls Club and the MAC, or whatever the concept was then, were one building. But we were informed by the fire department that if you have different owners, you can't have one building. You have to have two buildings. So that's why these were separated. But the original plan was there would be a building entrance into the Boys and Girls Club or into the MAC that was covered and part of a wall. But the fire code won't allow that, so.
Yes.
Nick, let me just somewhat put you on the spot for a second. You know, we have spent a lot of money on architects on this project over the years here, which, you know, we've all spoken about. My question to you is, you know, coming into our community, doing a great job, are we doing the right thing here on this contract with this architect?
Well, I think in the case of the MAC, we absolutely need this additional contract. The 60% design that you saw is largely an engineering design. So to complement that with the architectural work is going to be important. One of the reasons I wanted to push the MAC along to get it really, I think, the intent of your question is to get it to completion. And I think the more and it's, I think, just a nature of how processes move down the line with various interests that want to have input. But every time there's additional input and we change designs and things like that, and we change building orientations or even locations, I think it adds additional cost. So I think now's the time to give it a good push and get this project over the finish line, so to speak.
All right, thank you. Public comment? All right, board, motion's in order.
I move to approve contract number 1415-027 pursuant to NRS 332.115, Section 1B, and NRS 625.530 with Valentine Crane Architects to provide professional services for Carson City Multipurpose Athletic Complex architectural and engineering design through December 30th, 2016, for a not-to-exceed amount of $251,763 to be funded from the Q18 Capital Park Improvements New Gym as provided in fiscal year 2014-2015 and fiscal year 2015-2016.
Second.
Dollar amount still fit for you? Yes. Okay, all right. On the motion, discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take up 19A. This is the exercise of the option with the Boys and Girls Club. I know we've got Mr. Russell here, and we got Rogers at the table. Go, Mr. Moldorf, thank you.
I'm at the table. Before I start, thank you very much for passing the previous two items. That's an important step to get us going, and as Nick would say, pushing this over the finish line, so thank you again. For the record, Roger Mullendorf, Parks and Recreation Director. And in the audience, we have Ryan Russell representing the Boys and Girls Club, and we're both here to answer questions about the notice and acceptance of the exercise of the option of the purchase of the property, and to talk about the joint use agreement too, that is part of that agreement that is listed as attachment B in your packet. So basically what we're doing is we're asking for approval of the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission of a notice and acceptance of exercise of option for the purchase by the city of property owned by the Boys and Girls Club of Western Nevada, located along Russell Drive, for the construction of the multipurpose Athletic Center, and as we've been referring to it all day, as the MAC. I've got a slide here that understand that the picture that I provided in the agenda is really not a very good picture of the site, and so I provided an improved one. This is the site. It's highlighted in light blue. Along this side right here, we have Russell Way, and above up here on the north, we have Northridge Drive. Again, the site is highlighted in real light blue, but represents about 4.55 acres, includes the MAC itself, the parking lot, some of the parking, some grounds around it. And this area right here is the existing Boys and Girls Club, a couple of their tennis courts, basketball courts, and their athletic fields. The acceptance of the notice to purchase a property is also premised on the acceptance of a joint use agreement. And I can go over the joint use agreement. I'm sure you've probably read it, but I can give you kind of the 6 main highlights of it. The joint use by both parties of each party's facility, and also allows for the first right of refusal to both parties for the use of each other's facilities. It's a commitment to the extent possible and reasonable for allowance for shared use of the facility. We can kind of go into that in a little bit more detail. It provides for and stipulates the maintenance of the facility. It provides that each party will pay for the proportionate share of janitorial services and utility costs for the MAC. It provides that each party will maintain appropriate insurance, naming each party as an additional insured, and it mandates that the two parties meet at least quarterly to discuss and use the facilities in the prior quarter and to plan the scheduled next quarter's use. Exhibit A in your document is the notice and acceptance of exercise of option. It has recitals and articles in it, and then following that, we have the joint use agreement that also has recitals and articles in it as well. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. I may defer to Ryan Russell too on some of the questions as well.
The MAC is designed to be expandable. I assume it's expanding to the left at the back of the building for future phases?
Well, that's an opportunity for expanding right here too on the grounds, but really what we're looking at primarily is expansion in the front of the building. And really this diagram shows that option that we're looking at, where the building is basically lined up parallel to the east face of the Boys and Girls clubhouse. As Tom was saying before, the original orientation of the building is actually in line with Russell Way. This one is in line with the building that provides larger areas in the front for additional construction and expansion to the building.
So if the MAC is expanded in the future, do we also have the ability to expand the parking at the upper left where it exits the parking and goes into the driveway? Can we expand the parking over towards the Boys and Girls Club site if necessary, if it's evident that we need additional
Yes, we
parking?
can. In fact, if we, as we go through the planning process, as we increase the square footage of the building, it may be necessary for us by code to increase the parking. So that'll allow us to put additional parking along this side. The other nice thing about the parking here is it also provides parking for the athletic field that is currently owned by the Boys and Girls Club. Now, the joint use agreement allows for joint use of both Boys and Girls Club facilities and property as well as the city property and the MAC. And so we're really short of green space and athletic fields in our community. So this gives us an opportunity to really kind of working with the Boys and Girls Club programming this for some of our youth sports association needs.
Then under 1.2.1 of Exhibit A, the notice of acceptance, because the MAC is expandable, currently this line says complete construction of the MAC. And my suggestion would be to change that verbiage so that it says construct the MAC.
Okay.
So that there's no implication that we're suggesting that we're going to build an expanded version of the MAC, that we're building what's on the plate today. And if we get to an expansion in the future, then we'll do that. And the same goes for the fifth whereas of the joint use agreement, where it currently says, whereas the city shall complete construction of the MAC on the property. My suggestion would be to change that so that it says, whereas the city shall construct the MAC on the property.
You know, maybe a question for our consultant would be the cost. I don't know how much square feet you can add to it at a later date, and the cost to make that preparation to add to it. Is it cost effective to do it versus how much square feet you can add to the building to begin with? So maybe that's a question for the consultant. Should we even plan on that? Because I don't know if it would balance out. I know we spoke yesterday, and I spoke to you again this morning, Roger, and here's my concern, and you can address it as you see fit. And I'm sure this board we're striving to move forward with this MAC and the opportunity for the community to use this, and that's why we're moving forward. And the citizens in the community are being taxed to build this. And here's my concern, that we have in this rights and obligations of the parties that the Boys and Girls Club will operate in the MAC itself, and during the club's regular hours, they'll maintain the facility. I know there's some guidelines here, but here's my concern, that citizens are paying for it, they're being taxed for it. I want them to have first priority. The citizens, have first priority. My second concern is I'd like to see the Visitors Bureau have the opportunity to schedule tournaments there. And I don't know if and I'm not sure I'm saying it correctly, some type of agreement between the three parties can be accomplished to allow that Visitors Bureau to utilize that for tournaments to generate sales revenue. So maybe you can address that and tell us how we can get to that. I'd appreciate it.
Well, I guess to try to answer your first question was about, I think, kind of related to maybe the exclusive use of the MAC by the Boys and Girls Club, and you want to have assurance that the facility will be able to be used by the citizens of Carson City who are funding the project.
Correct.
Does that kind of sum it up?
Yes.
That kind of goes back to the item that we had in here that find it for you here. A commitment to the extent possible and reasonable for allowance for shared use of the facility. For instance, as we meet with the Boys and Girls Club and we start developing schedules based on their operating times and the proposed operating times of the city to be in that facility, there may be times where we want to overlap some of our programs with some of the Boys and Girls Club's programs, or we may want to allow some public use during the time that the Boys and Girls Club are in the facility. We want to make sure that the Boys and Girls Club have exclusive use to the area that they're using, because there are security issues with having the public in a building where we have children that are under the supervision of the Boys and Girls Club. But at the same time, we do want to try to control some public use of the facility. For instance, if the Boys and Girls Club are having an activity in half of the gym, we may open up a walking program in the suspended walking track above the gym, or we may have an activity going on in the other half of the gym. So they may be going on concurrently. Likewise, it could go the other way as well. With the Boys and Girls Club, if they had some type of special function, that they could use the building concurrently with the city's use. So we're mindful of the fact that we're trying to ensure that both parties, while they have exclusive use during their assigned times, will also allow some flexibility in the use by the other party. And that is also part of what we're trying to strive is to maximize the use of the facility. We want to make sure that this facility is heavily used, that it's used all the time. It really doesn't do anybody any good to have the facility sitting there closed up and dark. So we want to make sure that the public has a great opportunity to use the facility as well. And so keep in mind, whenever we're talking about the city's use of the facility, that is actually the community's use of the facility as well. So does that kind of answer your question, regarding
If you could
that.
just tie maybe together how we can utilize the building for tournaments
Sure.
with the Visitors Bureau.
And that's the second question I think that you asked. You know, both the Boys and Girls Club and the city recognizes that this facility has great potential as a tournament venue and also as a special events venue for the city. And so that we want to make sure that, I think Joel mentioned earlier, that we want to make sure that we can work with the Visitors Bureau and providing that venue as a tournament site. One of the stipulations is that the club has a right for a first refusal, and if they're not utilizing utilizing the facility, they can extend that right to the city, and we can use it as we would like to use it. And part of that use could be working with the CCVB to provide tournaments or any other type of entity or party that's looking at having some type of special event in the community that is of community importance and maybe importance of drawing people from outside our community into Carson City. So there's kind of built-in flexibility to do that. What we'd really like to do is, as we meet quarterly with the Boys and Girls Club, both parties meet, we'll sort of take a look at that and develop schedules of where there are openings for special events to be used in the facility.
Should the Visitors Bureau be included in those discussions when you meet?
Without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt, they should be included.
Thank you, Roger.
Ryan, you want to weigh in a little bit, please?
Sure.
Mr. Russell.
Morning, Board. Briefly, Ryan Russell on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club. The beauty of these two agreements that you have in front of you are, one, the notice and acceptance wipes out all of the obligations of all of the options between all of the parties. It's a clean slate. We go forward. The beauty of the joint use is in its simplicity and its flexibility. Overriding everything in the joint use is the provision that the parties want to make the greatest use of the building possible. That's a recital of the agreement. There is the quarterly meeting, which, as we know, with city government, they plan much further in advance than that. And there's the right of first refusal, which means that if there are any times, evenings, weekends, et cetera, that the club is not using the property, the city has the right, they share a right of first refusal. So if the club is going on a field trip on a Friday, at that scheduling meeting, we say, hey, we're not going to be there on Friday, knock yourselves out. If the city doesn't want to use it, it comes back to us. Likewise, in the city's time, for example, weekends, if the city says, hey, we have this weekend for our time, do you need it, club? We say no. Good, go schedule a tournament. That's the purpose of the meeting. That's the purpose of the right of first refusal. And that's the purpose of the overriding agreement that we are trying to make the most use possible of this. And to put everybody's mind at ease, I want to make just a little distinction that when club kids are using the facility, those are citizens. There's no distinction between Carson City residents and Boys and Girls Club members. We're all Carson City residents. And we've got a joint use agreement that's going to allow us to make the most use out of this facility.
Ryan, just a question. I know you're going to meet quarterly on these schedules, but I do know from a CCVB standpoint, some of those tournaments have to be projected long-term out, planned in advance. So you will be taking all of that into consideration in your planning and scheduling.
Absolutely. And it's the tournaments in particular are part of the reason that we've included all facilities of the Boys and Girls Club, because the original discussion had been that the city might not have foreseen a lot of use for our actual clubhouse. And when we started talking about the tournaments, we said they have restrooms, there's parking, there's a cool place to go sit while your soccer team's out on the field. We're going to expand potentially to a teen center at one point. That will be included with the joint use. It's all of our facilities. And to your question, Mr. Bonkowski, on completion of the MAC, it's worded as it is, because if you expand it, it's going to be joint use of our facilities. The same as when we expand, you'll have joint use of those expanded facilities. It's very, very simple and flexible. And as was pointed out at Parks and Rec, the club and the city have a history that goes long beyond me of working well together. And we want to see those tournaments here. We understand that that's for the benefit of everybody. So we will absolutely take that into consideration.
Well, I appreciate your comments that citizens belong to the Girls and Boys Club. I didn't mean to draw the distinction that citizens don't belong to the Girls and Boys Club. but the majority of the citizens are not members of the Boys and Girls Club, although it's a great facility and you do great things. My argument was that I wanted it for the use of the community, not taken away from the Boys and Girls Club, but I wanted to promote it for the community because it is tax dollars. I'm not taking away from the Girls and Boys Club. I think you do a great job, so I'm sorry if I came across that way.
No, and I think it's a point well taken, and it's why we have the discussion and the provision of sharing facilities as much as possible. We're going to have curtains, we're going to have the walking track, and the club is going to be staffing the gym at all times during its regular business hours so that we can monitor who has access to the kids, so that if we're only using a quarter of the gym, the other 3/4 can go for city's use, and that goes back to that right of first refusal.
When the open space, hang on a second, Ryan. When the open space levy was passed, was the Boys and Girls Club mentioned?
That's a good question. Actually, it was mentioned the Boys and Girls Club was mentioned in terms of, you're going back now to the appropriation of question 18, and an annual appropriation to the Boys and Girls Club was mentioned not to exceed $120,000, or at about $120,000 a year. That was the only mention about the Boys and Girls Club in terms of the question 18. There really wasn't any reference to the Boys and Girls Club in terms of projected projects. That came later in our evolution of the Indoor Recreation Center to the MAC.
Okay. Well, I think Mr. Russell hit the nail on the head and said, the Boys and Girls Club is an integral part of this community for a number of reasons that we don't need to go into here. And it has a board that broaches the depth and breadth of our community quite well. And I think his comment that said that, we're in this to try and make this work for the benefit of all of us is what gives me comfort, because I know that that's what these folks are doing, and I know that that's what this community is all about. And so I think it's the right thing to do, and it's a smart thing to do right now. So public comment. Joel, or come on up, Morris, and then we'll go to Joel.
Thank you, Board, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Morris White. I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit B, the Joint Use Agreement, specifically Section 1.2.1. I don't believe that this section adequately reflects the intent of the agreement as it is written. Indeed, as long as everybody is happy and we're cooperating, it would suffice, but I don't believe that we can predict that to be the situation in the future as personalities change and attitudes, feelings get hurt. I would like to suggest an alternative language to that and have 1.2.1 say, the club shall enjoy exclusive use of that portion it has scheduled of the multi-purpose athletic complex. I think that would make it clear in the future as to exactly what sections of the MAC that the Boys and Girls Club would be using. Additionally, it has come to my mind that as we go further into this particular section, it says, constructed by the city on its campus during its regular operating hours. Considering that we are purchasing the property from the Boys and Girls Club, I don't believe this facility would be built on the Boys and Girls Club's campus. It would be built on city property, and so there may need to be an adjustment to that particular portion also.
Thanks, Morris.
Thank you.
All right. Go.
Hi again, Lori Bagwell.
Good morning.
I think for the perception of the public and the issue that Mr. Shirk brought up to ensure that all children in our community have access to the gym, that one change on this could accommodate that. If you look, you have section 1.2.1 that says enjoy exclusive use during the operating hours, I don't think that clause is necessary. I think you've done a great job, and I think the Boys and Girls Club will do a great job where you say you'll meet quarterly to determine the use and to maximize the facility. I think since it's going to be brand new, you should let that process work so you have an opportunity to determine the best uses. I don't think you should put exclusive use in yet. I think you're tying your own hands, and let's find out, because you have that upper track. I don't know that that should be exclusive use. I think you might find the high school team wanting to use it in the afternoon. You might have senior citizens in inclement weather that want to use it. So I just don't think it's necessary to put the exclusive use clause, because I think that means that the Boys and Girls Club could override any discussion in the quarterly meeting because you gave them exclusive use. So my recommendation is just to strike the exclusive use and let your quarterly work with the CVV, the city, and the Boys and Girls Club. I trust the three groups can do a great job, but let it be a community endeavor. So it's just a recommendation to take that piece out. And then in your term on 2.5, I just don't think it's good policy in any contract to do something in forever, perpetuity. Bring it back and look at it every 5 years or something and make sure you're still on the right track. So again, it's just another recommendation, because I want, again, to ensure that not just 6% of the kids in Carson City that are part of the Boys and Girls Club have use of this facility. I think it's important that all our children have an opportunity to use it. So, thank you.
Can I ask you a question? On 2.5, when to that, it says as long as the agreement is intended to continue in perpetuity, as long as the parties are materially honoring their obligations, so it can always be brought back.
But you're implying it's in perpetuity, and I just don't think that's good public policy. That's all. I think contracts should always come back for review to see if anything has changed. Nothing is forever. That, to me, is just a policy statement. I think this board has experienced that in some other contracts that's come back to haunt them. That's just a policy discussion there.
Joel.
Thank you. For the record, again, Joel Dunn, Carson City Visitors Bureau. I would ask the board to consider looking at having the Visitors Bureau be a part of the agreement. And the reason behind that, we've already identified that, a third or a little more than a third of all taxable sales come by way of visitors. As such, when you're building a project with Question 18 funds, the Visitors Bureau plays a significant role in that funding. When you identify the 2.25% that comes back to the general fund to operate the city, the Visitors Bureau once again plays a significant role in how you're going to operate and maintain this facility once it's built. I feel a little bit more after the fact of sitting at the table. I know we can work together, but not having a percentage of dedicated time is going to be difficult. I feel a little bit more like a customer than a partner. I want to feel like a partner in this. I'm not talking about providing us 35% of the time. If I was today to try to start filling a certain amount of weekends, whether that was one every 3 weeks or whatever the case may be, it's going to take me nearly a year to get tournaments to come in and be ready when those doors open. Right now, we currently have an interlocal agreement with the Fuji Fairgrounds. There are certain days that are available based on the interlocal agreement that we set in priority, that the customers that were already there have priority use. It's difficult, and if not nearly impossible at times, to identify just a specific weekend and say that's the weekend you get, Visitors Bureau. Well, the problem is now I go out and I try to find a rodeo, and there's already a rodeo within, say, 70 miles. That'll happen here. If I only get a dedicated weekend when the two programs are not using the facility, the likelihood of having just that weekend or a set date, I'm going to have a difficult time. We're competing with tournaments in Reno, tournaments at the Hardwood Palace in Sacramento. That's our demographic market. That's who we're trying to get to come over the hill to come to these tournaments. I need to be able at the table and really feel like I'm a partner in this and have a dedicated percentage of time of this facility. So I ask that you consider that.
Okay. All right. Ryan, why don't you come up and talk to us about why the exclusive use issue? And how, I mean, because I know this has been through Parks and Rec, but I think you need to, you know, and what Joel said, you know, I'm sensitive to the fact that, you know, there's a lot of people who probably want a piece of it. And, you know, it's a public facility, but speak to us about how that got in there and why it works from your perspective, then we'll ask the same of Roger.
So the answer to both Mr. Dunn and Ms. Bagswell's questions are first going to go back to the right of first refusal. The use at any time that we're not using the property goes to the city if they want it. And if they don't, it comes back to us. The same is true on the city's time. The city, all it has to do on weekends, when it's block time, is say, hey, club, do you have anything going? No, we're going to do something with it, which is where the Visitors Bureau comes in. Carson City says, hey, schedule it here. The quarterly meetings are meetings to discuss scheduling. There's nothing that limits us to discussing the next schedule or the next quarter. So if Mr. Dunn wants to show up at one of our quarterly meetings and say, I have a tournament in a year, come and put it on the calendar. That's what the purpose of that meeting is. So the exclusive use during the club's time is so that the club can use it to the greatest extent that it can. The right of first refusal softens that, because just because we can use it doesn't mean we're going to. And if we're not going to, we kick it back to make sure that the city has the ability to get in there and use it. Bringing the Visitors Bureau as a party to the agreement creates problems. One, initially, right out of the gate, for lack of consideration. The Visitors Bureau's use and consideration will flow through the city, and that's the way it should be, because there is substantial consideration going back and forth between the club and the city. So we have a two-party contract, and that's designed that way very intentionally.
How about the term of the agreement? I mean, do you think it's important to say that it'll be reviewed in, say, in 5 years, 3 years, 5 years?
I think it's going to be reviewed quarterly at the meetings to determine how the use is going and whether the parties are meeting their obligations of satisfying their maintenance and utility obligations. I think I agree completely with Mr. Shirk that a perpetual agreement which has an out for a failure to honor any obligations is an agreement only so long as the parties are honoring their obligations. And it's terminable on those grounds. So the need for the city to have assurances of what's going to be done with that property and for the club is why this is intended to be in perpetuity. The question was posed to me at Parks and Rec, what happens if the Boys and Girls Club goes out of business? Well, then we're not going to be sharing joint use of your facilities. We're not going to be honoring our obligations. The agreement terminates. So there is a very clear definition of what the parties are supposed to do, and if they don't do them, the agreement terminates.
Ryan, considering your comments just now, if we left the language under term the same, would it be prudent to add the actual default language so that there's a procedure in place to follow if there is a default? Because you can say that, you know, it's only intended to be in perpetuity as long as there's material honoring of the obligations. What's the course? What is the recourse? What are the procedures for recourse if one of the parties is not?
So in my practice, for what it's worth, I've taken out definitions of defaults in contracts because it ties the parties' hands to what a default is. The term material obligations and material defaults is a term of art under the law. And the material obligations of the parties are spelled out in the contract. So if they're not doing any of those, the answer is you notify the party that they're in default, and if we disagree, then there's a lawsuit. We could get really down in the weeds and talk about arbitration procedures, alternative dispute resolution, and everything else, but obviously the club doesn't have the money to do that. And the way the legal environment is today, I don't mean to give legal advice, and I'm not trying to do that, but litigation is expensive no matter where you are, so arbitration provisions really have no effect in my mind. And adding what constitutes a default as opposed to leaving it at the very broad material obligation ties the parties' hands unnecessarily.
Okay. Roger, you want to weigh in on that one too? Are you okay?
I think Brian stated it much better than I could. So.
Well, I guess, at the end of the day, this is a trust document. I mean, because I think that, everybody's raised some great points about it. To move the ball forward, or I think it's the right thing to do. And I think, if it's not going to work, then, we're going to start lawyering up. But I think that, for right now, that's kind of where it is, so. Anybody else have any comments, questions? Motion's in order. Or Jim, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You know, to elaborate on Mr. White's comments Mike. Sorry. Apologize. To elaborate on Mr. White's comments on the striking the words, or the, at least maybe to enjoy the exclusive use, maybe just, if we could just say to enjoy the use of the multipurpose. The exclusive use is kind of inhibiting other parties from using that. I think it puts up a barrier. I'm a little cautious of that. I want to move forward with this, and I think it's going to be great for the community, but I think that one clause, exclusive use, is really, I think it may come back to haunt us.
If it didn't have the words regular operating hours attached to it, I would agree with you.
Yeah, but regular, they could switch their regular operating hours at any time. They could go from midnight to midnight.
There is a clause, too, that 1.28 that stipulates that in scheduling the use of the MAC, the club will make reasonable efforts, best efforts, to ensure the city is able to schedule for evening use of the MAC, which may commence prior to the end of the regular operating hours. In other words, that gets back to the extent where possible of having use of the facility by both parties at the same time.
What section was that, Roger? I'm sorry?
That's 1.2.8.
What he's thinking about, go ahead, Ryan.
Mr. Mayor, the exclusive use provision is exactly what the agreement was. When we're there, if we can use it exclusively, we can. That's why the right of first refusal is there. And I lost my other point. Oh, switching our regular hours. We're obviously going to be bound by what our regular hours are when we enter the agreement, and switching them would be bad faith by definition, which would be a breach of the material obligations. So the parties are going to know what our regular hours are because the Carson City School District is going to set them, essentially. So the idea that we could somehow just say, well, now our regular business hours are 24 hours a day would be bad faith by definition and a basis for canceling the agreement.
What are the hours of operation then?
We operate in the school year from, I believe, 2:30 till 6:30, and in the school, or off times from school, which Carson City School Districts, from 6:30 till 6:30.
Okay. Other motions in order if you want to do a motion.
I move to approve a recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission of a notice and acceptance of exercise of option for the purchase. Am I on the right one? No. I am on the wrong. That's 19A. Hang on a second here. Yeah. I'm on the right one? Okay. It doesn't sound right. Well, I'll continue then. I move to approve a recommendation for the Parks and Recreation Commission of a notice and acceptance of exercise of option for the purchase by the city of property owned by the Boys and Girls Clubs of Western Nevada located along Russell Drive for the construction of a multi-purpose athletic center.
There were two corrections that I had proposed, changing the words under 1.2 of Exhibit A from complete construction of the MAC to construct the MAC, and the fifth whereas of Exhibit B, whereas the city shall complete construction of the MAC, to whereas the city shall construct the MAC.
Let's go for a second on this, and then we'll have Mr. Russell discuss that.
Second.
I don't mean to interrupt the First Amendment there either. I mean, you can express your First Amendment here, so, all right. I understand what the changes that Mr. Bonkowski just spoke to. Why don't you listen to him real quick? Brad, give him again so that he knows that they seem like they make sense. So
it was the corrections that I had suggested at the start of the discussion under 1.2 of Exhibit A to change the words complete construction of the MAC to construct the MAC, and then under the fifth whereas of Exhibit B to change the words whereas the city shall complete construction of the MAC to whereas the city shall construct the MAC.
Mr. Mayor, those changes are fine with the club.
I'll accept the changes.
All right, there's a motion. The second makes the changes. Second agrees. All right. On the motion as amended, Supervisor Shirk, discussions in order.
Before we vote on it, I just want to touch base that the Visitors Bureau will be part of the conversations when you sit down quarterly. He'll be invited, they'll sit down, then they can schedule things, correct?
We will do that.
All right, that's on a record. All right. On a motion, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimously. We broke a lot of timber today, folks, so. And the line didn't change. Good job, Mr. Morano. Mr. City Manager, all right. Let's take up Marv. Not literally, but, all right. This is item 19B. This is a request to name the Pony Express Pavilion, the Marv Texera Pony Express Pavilion. And as you outset, I'd like to get your thoughts on whether or not there's people who agree that it should, as opposed to the Marv Texera Pony Express Pavilion, be just the Marv Texera Pavilion.
Well, that's a good point. At our Park and Recreation Commission meeting on July 1st, we addressed this issue, the request by the Boys and Girls Club to name the Pony Express Pavilion after Marv Texera. But kind of interestingly, they didn't have a suggested name. And so we kind of were a little bit stalemated there for a minute, and somebody said, well, what is the name of the facility going to be? And a recommendation was made by a member of the Park and Recreation Commission that the name would be the Marv Texera Pony Express Pavilion. And so that's why we brought that forward to you. Now, you as the board, of course, can alter that, change that, or come up with what other name that you would prefer to have in place of that.
Has the family weighed in on either one of those names?
We have not heard from the family.
Okay. Yeah, questions in order to go.
And you had one dissenting vote on this. What was the objection?
Well, I think, I hate to speak for that individual, but I think probably, in summary, they just felt that it wasn't maybe appropriate to name a facility after a politician.
I assumed Marv was a politician. Marv was a Marv. Okay, go. Brad.
I just think it would be better to employ the KISS principle here and just call it the Marv Texera Pavilion.
I agree, and the dissenting vote was exactly that, but it was pointed out at the meeting that we've named other things after living politicians, such as Livermore Lane. We've named things after citizens that have died, such as the Ron Wood Park, most of the parks, actually. So it's very appropriate, I think. I like the timing of it. It's too bad we didn't do it while Marv was alive, but I think everybody called it Marv's Pavilion to Marv's face, and he's just associated with it.
I was going to make a motion.
Motion's in order to go.
Okay. I move to rename the Pony Express Pavilion the Marv Texera Pavilion.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. All right. All right. Moving right along, as Judge Russell would say. Not that Russell, but Judge Russell. Item 20, Growth Management Ordinance 2015-2016. Got a lot. You know what? I was driving around yesterday. There's a whole bunch of residences being constructed, man, and it's pretty good. So.
Yeah, you've seen this. There, you have the report with you there. I was going to look at that real quick. Yeah, the good news is we're about doubled as many as last year in residential construction, but that's all kind of relative to where we've been in the past. But it is picking up. So this item is action to adopt a resolution. It's our annual growth management resolution that you're required to do to establish the number of residential allocations for the following year, as well as commercial and industrial water usage, average daily water usage, among other kind of details in there as detailed in the growth management ordinance. But effectively, the key point in the ordinance is and the recommendation is keep basically the status quo growth management program as we have moving forward, which for next year equates to 647 residential permits and maintaining the 7,500 average gallons per day threshold for commercial and industrial average daily uses, above which growth management review is required. You have the report and other documentation if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'll leave it at that.
John, question?
No, I turned my light off, but as long as I have the microphone. So you're guaranteeing us 640 new houses next year?
No.
Yeah.
We've never gotten close to using our permits, right?
We have it, not never. We did back in 1996 was the last time, and 1986 before that. Program was a little different back then, but it really peaked back in 1996, and we haven't reached it anywhere close to that since then. And just while we're talking about it, the number of permits, you could look at the math in there, roughly relates to what 3% growth would look like if we got that many permits, and we haven't grown at that rate for a long time in Carson City.
Lee, I understand your argument in the packet to keep the 7,500 gallon a day limit on the water usage until we complete all the wastewater and water projects. But at some point, I would like to bring that back and look at it, because I think that's really low, considering that we're actively out looking for high water industrial users.
Yes, and I asked Public Works this year to specifically evaluate that and look at it, and they just want another year to have the data to make appropriate recommendation of what that should be.
Public comment? Looks like everybody's left. Okay. I don't see any. Board ready from motion? Go ahead.
I move to adopt resolution number 2014 R23, amending the maximum number of residential building permit allocations under the Carson City Growth Management Ordinance for the years 2015 and 2016, and estimating the maximum number of residential building permits for the years 2017 and 2018. Establishing the number of residential building permit allocations available within the development and general property owner categories, and establishing a maximum average daily water usage for commercial and industrial building permits as a threshold for Growth Management Commission review as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Motion by Supervisor Bunkowski, second by Supervisor Abad on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. Let's now take up item 21. Nick, this is
Paying the bills, Mr. Mayor, June
Anybody have
10th
everybody
through
seen the
July
bills?
7th.
Anybody have any comment or questions on the bills? Motion's in order.
I move to ratify the approval of bills and other requests for payments by the city manager for the period of June 10th, 2014 through July 7th of 2014.
Motion by Supervisor Abad, second by Supervisor McKenna on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Let's take up 22A, condition of each fund. Mr. Providenti, this is your normal report.
That's
Any
correct, Mayor.
exceptions that we need to be aware of?
None, Mr. Mayor.
Public comment on this issue is board members? Motion's in order. Supervisor McKenna, then.
Go ahead, John.
Go ahead.
I move to accept the report on the condition of each fund in the Treasury and the statements of receipts and expenditures through July 8, 2014 per NRS 251.030 and NRS 354.290.
Motion by Supervisor McKenna, second by Supervisor Abad on the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Okay. Are we going to take up item B now?
Yeah, let's do it next time.
Go. All right. I know. All right. Take us through what we're doing here, Nick. We'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Nick Providenti, Finance Director. We're asking you to accept the Employee Efficiency Study Work Plan for selected departments of the city that will be prepared by Moss Adams for an amount not to exceed $52,000 plus expenses. And we do have Mark Steranka here from Moss Adams if you had any specific questions. And, either Nick, the city manager, or myself could also help answer questions.
Any questions?
One quick question, Nick. If we approve the 52,000 and the majority of that's coming out of the 2015 budget, how does that affect the items that we previously approved for 2015?
Well,
I believe there were 3 other items.
I think what we'd have to do is probably, and I don't really want to speak for Mark, but we'll probably have to go through and see how many of those actual projects they can get done in the year. I'm not exactly sure if they can finish all those projects in the year, including this one. So what will probably happen is we'll probably have to come back and ask for a budget augmentation, I suspect, if the plan is to go ahead and finish all those projects, because this is more than the $110,000 that's allocated in that budget.
Or we'd push a project out by a year.
Right, that would be the other option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any comments on that, Mark?
Good afternoon. I had to check the time. And thank you for pushing through this before lunch. Mark Steranka, Moss Adams, your internal auditor. I think the comment really probably should come from the audit committee, which isn't very helpful. I think that we can rework some of it. Nick, we did figure that we had, I think in the end, maybe about 10,000.
I believe that's correct. I mean, we're still fleshing out the 2014 amounts.
Right.
So there could be an extra 10 grand that we could carry over from this past year. Again, it's all settling into the fund balance, and we can just go ahead and augment via the the contingency fund if you feel that they're important projects.
Yeah, I would just ask that the audit committee bring this back to us, since we already approved items for the next year that are going to exceed the budget with this item. If we approve it, we need to have an update on that and make a decision on whether we want to push something off or augment the budget.
Can I just ask maybe to give them, the audit committee, a little bit more guidance, what your desire would be?
I mean, what would you want to push off? I mean, do you have any ideas? Or
I think that's a discussion for the board to have. I don't want to put a suggestion out there. I believe, if I remember right, we approved 3 projects for the next year.
I believe we approved 3, and 20,000 was to be determined. So I'm thinking we have about 30 to work with towards this, from 10 from this past fiscal year, hopefully,
right.
and about 20 that wasn't assigned anyway.
Right. So again, I would just ask if the audit committee could bring that back for a board discussion so we can make the decision amongst the whole board if we want to push something out or augment the budget.
Okay.
All right, Jim and then John.
I was just asking the question on the document provided here at the employment efficiency study. You're going to be performing staffing level efficiency within the departments, as well as the clerk/recorder, library, sheriffs, and treasurer. Are any funding coming from them to pay for this expense, or is that all coming out of the audit? If we're doing these, I was just questioning why they're not contributing funding.
Right. It's my understanding that the sheriff's office is going to be contributing some of his budget. I wasn't really involved in those discussions, Nick. I don't know if you can elaborate. I know the clerk recorder, the library, and the treasurer typically fit within the scope of what the rest of the city. I mean, it's just a management. I mean, it's not a special operation like the sheriff is kind of a special operation, which would require additional staff time, I suspect, and additional funding. So I think that's kind of why that we didn't really include the sheriff originally, but I think he wanted to be involved, and I don't know if he's willing to pay for some of that with his budget. I thought he was.
In the initial discussion with the sheriff, it does require somewhat of a separate scope than the remainder of the city employees, regardless of whether they report to the city manager or the other elected officials. We did bring up a number to the sheriff. I need to confirm before I put it out in front of the board that is in fact the operative number. But going into it, the sheriff was aware that he would be contributing out of his own funds for this study.
Just for confirmation from the city manager, is this something we need? Is it useful? That sort of thing?
I think this is going to be extremely useful. I think we have the right scope, and I think this is going to be from our point of view, this is going to be a good project to work through. I think we'll have some pretty good results.
Anybody else? Anybody? Morris? Anybody? You okay? All right. Hearing no discussion, John. Supervisor McKenna, go.
I move to accept the employee efficiency study work plan for selected departments of Carson City, including the Sheriff's Department, as prepared by Moss Adams for an amount not to exceed $52,000 plus expenses.
Motion by Supervisor McKenna, second by Supervisor Binkowski. On the motion, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried, unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Okay. All right. Non-action items. Item 23. Board members got anything under any future agenda items? Status review, yada, anything? Questions? Go.
I apologize for not getting this back to Ms. Works, but I spoke to Court over at Fandango, and he mentioned he will be providing 875 parking stalls there. But his trouble is he has staffing for the entrance and exits so that people going to the fair are actually, he's limiting that. He needs volunteers. I don't know if the sheriff's volunteers could monitor that parking structure during the event, or if we could help get volunteers there for that.
Marina, you got to take that up as a fair and rec, or the fair folks.
Okay, and I apologize. I had a little bit of a sidebar. So which parking structure are you talking about?
And I apologize for not getting with you. I spoke to Court. It was on email. He said he's providing 875 parking stalls, but he has no volunteers to monitor the entrance and exits.
Supervisor Shirk, I'm going to have to get back to you because my understanding when we made the parking arrangement was they were going to deal with it because our original parking plan was to charge for parking when in order to offset staff we would need in order to monitor parking and whatnot. So when they offered the parking, my understanding, I've been told the opposite, so I'm going to have to find out because I have not been told that. So, no, we're managing parking around the fair area itself and around Bodine's because they have no choice but to be part of this, and around Costco for the same reason. But no, we weren't planning on monitoring the other site.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, we're going to stand in recess until 1:30. I know we cut things short a little bit. Let's try and make it. If somebody actually, can't make it back by 1:30, we'll hold in place until people get back. All right. So we're in recess until approximately 1:30.